Oh, hello everyone. Welcome back. We'll see if we can actually stream today or if we're gonna get messed up a little bit. Yesterday we had some big issues with the internet and I wasn't able to maintain stream, so we had to cancel. But hopefully that's different now. Hopefully today goes smooth. Hopefully tomorrow goes smooth too if we do the Pokemon Nuzlocke like I've been talking about. Okay, see. I just gotta make sure my stream manager has everything. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, yesterday we didn't really get to do anything. I think we, like, cooked some food for our character. But that was about it. We're still waiting on some things to process. I know we have some stuff over here. You're not processing it. This thing's just producing methane, though. Yeah, because our barrel... Yeah, it doesn't have a whole lot. Our drum. And then we're still waiting on this thing to process magnetite, which it needs to do like 40 more. So that's, what, 20 seconds? So it'll probably take about 10-15 minutes for that to finish up. That'll be good. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna start by cooking. No real point in wasting time or, like, you know, not cooking at the start, considering we really just need food all the time. I should go harvest some of the stuff from the greenhouse as well while I'm at it. You're out of water. Okay. I've got a different mouse now, so my movements might seem a little off. I think I need to turn up the sensitivity a bit. Probably no, I want there we go. Yeah, that feels a little bit better. I had some issues with my other mouse, so I had to swap to a different one, and this one doesn't have as high of sensitivity as what I'm typically used to. I know a lot of people play with low sensitivity, but with the amount of monitors I have, I really need I need the sensitivity to be kind of high so that I can actually, like, get across my monitors in an appreciable amount of time. So that's why I tend to have higher sensitivity. This also doesn't have very good pads on it. Well, I think it's kind of gunked up. Hold on a second to clean this off a bit. This is an old mouse that I used to use when I had this one job that I often took a laptop with me. And so I have this mouse, this wireless mouse that is it's kind of a cheap wireless mouse, but oh, I see the mouse keeps moving around because I keep going over the eye. It's kind of a cheaper mouse, so it's not as good, but I don't really want to spend the amount of money I would need to get, like, a proper replacement for it. And I don't want to just get, like, any old mouse, because I mean, like, I could get, like, a mid-tier mouse, but then I'll just run into the same issue where the mouse will have problems later on down the line and need to get replaced anyways. So, I don't know. Oh, hi there, little bee. There, buddy. Doing a good job keeping all these guys all nutrienched. All right. Let's get another harvest in. I'm gonna harvest everything. Really no particular reason for me not to, since I'm pretty sure all of this stuff just, like... Oh, hey, Adora. No. We didn't really find out exactly what went wrong yesterday, just... I'm pretty sure it was an ISP issue. I don't think it had anything to do with anything I could control. It was just my service provider. I talked to my my partner who was at work at the time, and they said that the internet at their work was also having a lot of issues. So it seems like it was just the ISP again. It's really annoying. I wish they would like I wish they would give us like a quality service, but they really don't. But what are you gonna do? You know, it's I love living in an area where you just don't really have a choice and there's no standards for anything. Okay, there we go. But as you can see, I did spend some time after stream went down working on a couple things. I did get the chat stuff set up better. It should be all properly set up. I noticed it didn't have as much of a background, but maybe that was just the thing I was looking at. I might have to tweak the settings with yeah, why doesn't your message have a background to it? It's supposed to have a background to it. Hold on. I did get most of this fixed. I don't know why yours maybe I just need to turn up um the opacity a bit. See that one has oh yeah, I need to turn up the opacity a little bit. It was a little bit. I was testing it when I wasn't running a game or anything, so I guess it would make sense that I would need to turn up the opacity a little bit when uh when I'm in an actual game as opposed to just a black screen that is my standard um my standard Twitch overlay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, I spent quite a bit of time working on that. Um We might need to change. No, actually, it does look really good. I'm looking at it now on the stream preview. It looks very nice. It looks much nicer. There's probably still some small tweaks we can make later on, but I'm really happy with the way it came out. Yeah, it took a little bit of time because I had to figure out like exactly what this particular program or this the particular service I was using. It was different than it was different than just normal CSS because I mentioned this yesterday while I was working on it, but it had like a few things where it soybeans. It had a few things where it like the field that I needed to change were different. They weren't like standard just like I couldn't just put um I couldn't just put it in like the body or like the HTML or anything. I had to like actually uh I should probably just hook up a windmill to this, shouldn't I? Anyways, yeah, I had to figure out the place to like actually do the edits, and that took a little bit of time. But other than that, it turned out real well. Maybe I can just put this down in the basement and just hook it up. I think this mostly just lowers my thirst bar, though. Yeah, it just makes me real thirsty. Which water isn't hard to come by, so we'll keep this until I get annoyed by it, I guess. Yeah, we'll do some food stuff at the start of stream today. Just to get everything ready so that we don't have to do as much food stuff later. We're also still waiting on those things to finish processing. So that'll take a little bit of time. Yeah, soybeans. We're gonna need some more. But yeah, hopefully the internet stays stable today. Most of my internet issues have just been it's really just like the ISP and stuff. Sometimes it happens like because of weather, but I mean honestly, I kind of think that I can blame the ISP for that too. Why did you guys make it so that the infrastructure is affected by commonplace weather in this area? Like seems like a bit of a flaw, but whatever. I'm not a corporation, so what would I know? There we go. Soy mixture. Soy bean. The Le Dollar Bean. That was the thing. That was TikTok. Anybody remember that time? I don't know. I don't know if anybody was like necessarily on TikTok. I guess I wasn't either, but um I think that TikTok stopped doing this a little bit after like more Westerners started joining TikTok. But like for the longest time, TikTok censored the word lesbian, and so everybody got by that by just replacing the S with a dollar sign. So like I'm pretty sure the the TTS that they used would constantly refer to it as would say lesbian as la dollar bean, which is really funny. Or maybe I just made made that up because that's what it looks like. Yeah, it was a fun time. I mean, it wasn't a fun time. We were getting we were getting censored, so I guess it wasn't necessarily all that much fun, but I don't know. Dude, censorship sucks. Let's see. Rice. Rice. Um Knife. Le knife. Okay. I'm gonna do 5 of these. There we go. We can put up the rest. What is it? It's 200 per rice, so I only need 2 buckets worth. Okay. I got another copyright claim for some more of the music that I was playing. Another one of those bogus ones where like I'm pretty sure it had nothing to do with it. I don't know. It got claimed by like some event or something that happened. So what I think might have happened is some place like upload was like maybe they were playing the song at their venue or something, and then it got uploaded to YouTube or something, and it somehow got uploaded into the database, and now it wasn't even YouTube, it was Twitch that flagged it this time. I'm starting to come to the conclusion that I'm just not going to be able to I don't think I'm going to be able to ever do any kind of music on on stream, to be honest. It's too much of a headache to try and pick through what I am and what I can and can't play, even though like half of the stuff I get I should theoretically be allowed to play regardless, but whatever. I'm just going to have to go and make my own eventually. That's the plan. But I'm too busy making orcs right now. I I oh yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. No, cuz what I could do is, well, the way I'm currently doing things, I wouldn't be able to do that. It wouldn't be hard to set up. I would just have to set up a separate audio track and play the music on my computer and have a separate audio, because that shouldn't be too hard to do. But the issue is I'd have to I'd be using my own recordings then, because right now all I do is just export the VODs to YouTube, and I kind of don't want to deal with like having to have like all those recordings and like upload them manually and all this. It really is a lot easier to just export straight from Twitch onto YouTube. I'm actually really happy that they have that kind of functionality. It works really well. You basically just have to press a couple buttons. um I don't know. I don't know, man. it's it's just it's annoying. But I'm sure there's something I could do about it if I really felt like it. But yeah, it's I don't know. I just think it's a silly thing that we even have to deal with. It's kind of crazy that uh the way the internet's been going with that kind of stuff. But yeah, I don't know, cuz we'll let's see. I don't know. I might just try. Like I said, I kind of want to just go into making my own music. I'm gonna have to do it eventually, anyways, though, because my because like I mentioned, I was working on some of that stuff for like my for making a video game and everything. And if I do that, I'm gonna have to make my own music eventually, anyways. Seeing as I'm kind of just making everything on my own, I guess. Um, either that or I'd have to hire someone to make music for me, which at that point, same thing, I get, kind of. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'll get around to it eventually. I got too distracted making orcs. I've been I've been working on a 3D model for an orc, and I've just been that's like most of what I've been doing after stream, or like that's most of what I did yesterday um after I finished up with or after we couldn't stream, I've been working on a 3D model, and so far it's going okay. I got the head sort of modeled. I got the face modeled to a point where I think I enjoy it. And I'm working on modeling out the rest of the head. I think the face is probably going to end up being like one of the most difficult parts to model, just because like there's so much more that goes into like faces. Like I can kind of skimp a little bit on other parts of the body, but the face is an important part of a 3D model. I've been having a lot of fun learning though. I've been kind of following along with a couple different tutorials, which like the one tutorial that I was kind of complaining about that guy's tutorial on stream the other day or last week, I don't remember. But his stuff, he his entire thing is basically just he took somebody else's tutorial and did it on his own, which is what sounds kind of weird, but it's actually not that bad because he the original tutorial just doesn't have any audio at all, and it's like a 30-minute video with like a lot of stuff going on in it. And so I like the other guy's tutorial because he does a lot of like explaining certain things, like actually saying like what is going on. But I also like the original tutorial because it's more dense and I feel like does a better job. Like there's some things that the other guy doesn't do that I feel like this voiceless tutorial did way better. So I've been kind of using both of them, and it's been pretty good. Uh, I've just been I've had to like restart this model like several times. I think I'm on like my third iteration of making this guy just the face, because I kept running into this issue where like I would get partway through and then like when it was getting time to be like towards the end of the model, I realized I just like had way too many polygons for what I was wanting to do. Like I wanted to start with like less polygons. So I've kind of been taking this approach of I try to do what I can with the least amount of polygons, and uh and if I can't achieve what I'm trying to do, like if I've been working on it for like half an hour and I just can't quite get it to do the thing I want, I'll add some more polygons to it if I have to. And I think that's been helping because I was definitely going like overboard with the amount of polygons on my mesh. Like it really just didn't need that many polygons, especially for for what I'm doing. I don't think I'm going to be doing a very like high resolution game. I kind of want to go for like those I kind of want to go for like those more like lower polygon, lower fidelity games have been rising in popularity, and I think it's partially there's a lot of reasons for that kind of phenomena, but I think it's been doing really well. Like it's easy to because like Valheim's really popular, and then like a lot of other games that just don't really have high fidelity graphics. So it's nice. It's a stylistic choice. Yeah, it's it's one of those things where it's a stylistic choice, and if your game if it works for your game, then works for your game. But yeah, I really like I like the I do like the older styles because that's kind of what I've been thinking too. Like you bring up the PlayStation and like the N64 style graphics. That's kind of what I've been thinking too because I was like, when you do like development and like I'm one of those people who like many people, I'm one of those people who gets kind of caught up on um oh yeah. Yeah. Um but like I've always been one of those kind of people that gets like caught up on like quality of things. I tend to want things to be perfect, or I want to achieve like a higher degree of competency with something before like really committing to it. And but I was thinking about it. I was like, man, we used to have games like like the N64 and all that stuff that like and those games didn't have very high quality graphics, and I mean, it was largely because like they didn't really have the capabilities to make higher quality graphics. But like, you know, what like that Super Mario 64 and like Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time are some of like the most popular games. So at some point, it stops mattering. But it's also like wasn't that there's that one game Ultra Kill. I'm pretty sure that one has low fidelity graphics as well. So I'm kind of trying to I'm trying to approach it as like something more like that, having like a more stylized, lower fidelity type graphics and whatnot. And it's been fun. I'm sure if I practice enough with this, I'll probably get good enough to make higher fidelity graphics eventually if I feel the need to. But honestly, I don't know. I like the process, and most of the reason why I'm doing this all on my own is obviously because I just don't have money to like fund an entire game studio. But I do think that if I ever did get ooh, nice. I didn't know they did that. I haven't been keeping up much with I don't keep up much with Ultra Kill. I never played it myself. But like if honestly, if I had the capabilities, if I had the capital to just like essentially run a game studio, that's probably what I would do. So I don't think I would much prefer just like working on like the coding and like storyboarding and stuff for the games and like one of my big things that I think what I like to focus on um is like the user experience and everything. I I am always very fascinated. Like one of the things that like hooks me when I'm playing a game is like getting a feel for what they have done to improve on the genre that they're occupying. It's one of the reasons why I talk about what's that game? That's that game 40K Warhammer Rogue Trader. That game I feel like is a really good example of that because I like playing Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate's really fun and it's a good game. Like the graphics are good, the balancing's really good. A lot of stuff in Baldur's Gate is really good, but there are like little tiny things that Baldur's Gate doesn't do that a game like Rogue Trader does do, and it makes the experience very enjoyable. I think the biggest one for me is that in Baldur's Gate, unless I'm missing an option somewhere or I just haven't noticed that there's a way to do this, Baldur's Gate is one of those games, and like so many of these games. Because this was an issue in oh god, what was that game called? The Larian Studios' previous big game they made, Divinity Original Sin 2. That game had a similar problem where your characters will notice a trap and they'll just walk right into it anyways. They'll be all like, "Oh, watch out, there's a trap," and then just stumble straight into the explosive trap and catch the whole room on fire. And now everyone's like lost all their health and is halfway dead, and it's just uh it's so annoying. So it makes you kind of have to like tiptoe through rooms, which I get. I get is kind of a thing, but like also at that point, why did I even put points in perception if I'm just gonna have to tiptoe through the room anyways? And even in like I guess in Baldur's Gate there are quite a lot of traps that just flat out don't appear unless your character um passes a perception check. So I guess there's that too. But in like Rogue Trader, you can put on a setting where it'll pause the game anytime your character discovers a trap or if they discover a hidden item. And I feel like that's just feels a lot better than the way that Baldur's Gate does it. And it's weird because I know Baldur's Gate has that capability, right? Like when you have the tutorials reset or when the first time you play the game, like when you first encounter a trap, it enters into turn-based mode. So like Baldur's Gate has that capability. They just never do it outside of the brief tutorial section. So it's like I don't but it's always really interesting to me how games do things like that to increase the experience for their for the player. And I think it's something that like a lot of especially AAA studios tend to ignore a lot are those small quality of life changes that really do make a game. Because like I think the thing is when we talk about like different genres and stuff, one of the big things with one of the big things about genres, like there aren't a whole lot of like new types of games really coming out, right? Like you'll very rarely have anything that's like truly new come out. So like it's really just people doing similar genres or blending genres together uh in order to like make new games and whatnot. So I think like that those kind of small changes that improve upon the genre are very important, and I think a lot of AAA studios especially just kind of ignore it and just decide to go with like formulaic stuff for genres for whatever the genre they're using. And and I appreciate it when and it's like really cool to look at through like history too and look at old games and how they did things versus how we do things nowadays. It's really cool actually. It's one of my favorite things about going through like video game history and stuff is like looking at you can see like a clear line of like evolution of different ideas for a game or for like a genre. Like I've talked a bit about it before, like with the Nintendo stuff. Like Nintendo Switch came out, and then all of a sudden everyone is doing the glyph system for their games, which I think is a really good idea and much better than what we've done previously. And also just motion controls got way better when Nintendo came out with the new Switch. There was some new stuff that came out with the Nintendo Direct was a day or two ago. I don't remember. But like they announced what second Tamagotchi life and there was something else. Rhythm Beat I think was the big one that everybody was excited for. Yeah. Yeah, which was cool. I guess. I don't know. Nintendo's been doing stuff recently. They sure have. But man. Uh let's Yeah, Rhythm Heaven, that's what it was. Uh I'm gonna move the chat over a teeny tiny bit. Let's move you over just a few pixels. There we go, that's better. Digital cartridge stuff seemed neat too. I didn't hear about that. What's that all about? That doesn't sound good. I don't like the sound of a quote unquote digital cartridge. But yeah, I didn't watch the Nintendo Direct myself. I hear I get most of my news from Tumblr, so you know. Everybody was just talking about the Rhythm Heaven and the Tamagotchi Life stuff, which apparently, honestly, I think Tamagotchi Life would be a really fun thing. I've never played the original, but I saw a lot of people play. Oh, sharing digital games like physical ones. That sounds interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm on board with that. That sounds better than the current system of just not being able to share your digital games. Although I guess like Steam has been doing that kind of thing for a long time, where you just share with like family members or whatnot, which I always found weird personally. Not like, well, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people who'd like just yeah, but like I felt like there was a lot of people who people share games with a lot of like. I know this one guy in college who really wanted me to share my Steam library with him, and I'm like, I barely know you, so the answer is no. And my partner shares their games with their brother, and I don't know, I think brother's a bit of a weirdo. They'll make it arbitrarily difficult. Yeah, that sounds like Nintendo. That's the Nintendo way. You'll probably have to like, God, I wouldn't be surprised. What are you gonna have to like have the Nintendo whatever subscription, and then the other person also has to have it, and then like it's probably they probably have some kind of thing where like only one person can actually like access the game at any time, I bet. Yeah, it sounds great. I mean, whatever. Like I said, it's still better than the current system of just not being able to do anything at all. So, I guess there's that, but like we have the technology. It could be better. Boop, boop. Glad Nintendo's been more on board with letting letting things progress as opposed to just whatever. Look at all this iron we have. Oh, glorious iron. We are stacking iron to the heavens. Yes, iron. Yeah, I'm happy about the iron. Okay. Let's see. What else have I been doing? I've been watching more of that Dr. Stone anime. My partner liked it enough to continue watching it. So we've both been watching it together. And honestly, I do like the anime. I actually do kind of like it for the most part. I have my I have my issues with the anime, but like when it does like the cool thing where they're like developing some sort of like new technology and like talk explaining like how it works and like showing all these different cool ways to like do things, that's really cool. I really like that. That's where the anime is real good. I want an anime that's just inventing stuff. Yeah. No, if listen, Dr. Stone, here's the thing about Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone is the kind of anime that I would really want, but like there's so much stuff that gets like just weird stuff that gets inserted into this anime that I don't like. First of all, like the vast majority of the female characters in that anime, it's kind I I continue to ask myself the question of why does she look like that? why why does that character look like that? Why is that character why is that character shaped that way? Why you don't have to do that to her? Um the second thing is the main character Senku is just a jerk like a lot of times. He's very pretentious, and I don't see why you have to do that. I kind of like his cuz so far um we're at the point where they like just like made electricity, which I have some things to talk about that whole sequence as well. Um but they just like made electricity and iron working and whatnot, and it's like Senku does a lot of things where he's just really like looks down on people, and I like his I kind of like his dynamic with the other scientist dude from the native village, which of course they call primitive village, which I'm still trying to figure out what exactly is going on with those guys in the first place. But I'm sure that'll be revealed eventually. Kind of weird that Senku himself didn't ask any questions about where these guys came from, but whatever. I'm not a scientist, I guess. Um, but it's one of those things where I feel like it feeds into. Yeah, they do it better than Rick and Morty, but in all fairness, at least in Rick and Morty, like Rick is supposed to be a jerk, you know? Like that's somewhat the point. Whereas, like, I feel Senku's not necessarily supposed to, but he really falls into a lot of, like, weird, ideological ideas. Like it, in my opinion, what they do is uh there's a lot of yeah. Yeah. No, I mean like Rick and Morty, like the main thing with that show is that you're really not supposed to be on the side of Rick. Even Morty, you're barely supposed to be on his side like half the time. I don't think you're really supposed to be on anyone's side in that show. Pretty much everyone there kind of sucks for their own reason. Which is interesting. It's definitely a nice dynamic. Real cool thing about Rick and Morty as an aside, um, the most recent season, at least the most recent season that was on Hulu when I still had Hulu, so I guess like season 7. Season 7 was really good, and I think it's really funny because the reason why, from what I've heard, the reason why season 7 was so good is because they got rid of, I think it was Dan Hartman was the one who, like, most of the issues with the earlier seasons of Rick and Morty were like just because of that guy. And it was essentially just like this one guy who uh yeah, no, true. I like well, see, here's the thing. Like I'm saying, it really does seem like most of the issues with Rick and Morty was just like that one guy. I think it was Dan Hartman. Because like that was the guy who was really super opposed to like serialized shows. Those are the ones where that's the one where the person where it carries over from episode to episode. Yeah. Yeah. He really hated serialized television and only wanted to do episodic television, and like I'm pretty sure he's the reason why there's so much like so many like things and digs at serialized stuff. But like realistically, the serialized stuff in Rick and Morty was the best part, right? Like a lot of the storylines that kept across the episodes were like the best part of Rick and Morty, because it truly does have some good storylines and good character development as the seasons go on. I wouldn't recommend watching like the first 2 seasons of Rick and Morty, to be fair, but once you get to like season 3, it starts to like actually be a pretty good series. But from what I've heard, they got rid of that guy because that guy was also. Hold on, let me double check. I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look up Dan Harmon. Was it Dan Harmon? I think it was Dan Harmon. He was the guy. I know Dan Harmon went on to find out his awards, personal relationships, and controversies. I do like looking up controversies. Oh yeah, he did the story circle. Or one of the story circles. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy. Because he had a bunch of, according to Wikipedia, sexual misconduct allegations. Or, let's see, were these allegations or did he actually. Did this actually get, like, alluded to from himself towards other people? Rather than the community named herself as a victim in response to his apology and willingness to make things right. She was appreciated the gesture, yet was not willing to forgive him. I'm pretty sure this is the guy. Oh hey Pero. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. Look at all this iron I have. So I'd say we're doing pretty all right now. If I have to do it. Working part. Oh yeah. I don't know. I like the. I do like Rick and Morty as like a general as a general thing. A lot of it the earlier seasons especially can be really hit or miss. More miss than hit on the earlier seasons. But from what I'm understanding, like what happened with Rick and Morty, it was mostly that one guy, Dan Harmon, who was like really opposed to like the serialization, and is kind of like a lot of people kind of point to him as like the reason why the show was so weird, especially at the earlier seasons. But they got rid of him, and because of like there was a lot of like allegations and stuff. against him and whatnot. And as a result, the seventh season of Rick and Morty was actually like really good. Like it was actually some really good television. And there wasn't really any of that weird stuff, and it was good. Why don't I have an indicator for the temperature? Is this Why is this acting like it's not lit? Hello? How are you doing, Blast Furnace? Blast Furnace? Are you okay? There it goes. Okay. I guess it just had to take a second to figure things out. Um, but anyways, they got rid of him, and the seventh season was really good. And I saw that on Netflix. He recently released a show called Crapopolis. And I watched like the first 10 minutes of the first episode. I could not get through it. So I would not be surprised at all if that guy really was the issue with Rick and Morty, because that show kind of sucks. Like that Crapopolis show, it kind of really sucks. I wouldn't recommend watching it at all. um but yeah, anyways, we were talking about Dr. Stone, because I there is a lot of there's a lot of connections you can say between like Rick and Morty and Dr. Stone. They are kind of similar in some ways. Obviously Rick is a lot more of a jerk than Senku, but still. But the other issue I had with the show, I mean, we already talked about the weird way they depict female characters. Senku being a bit of a jerk, though I'm hoping some of that kind of mellows out a bit. It kind of seems like it is, because it seems like Senku, and like I said, I'm only at the part where they get electricity. So I'm not even through the first season yet. But like it seems like he's definitely being less of a jerk as time goes on, because especially with the native guy who's the scientist character, he it seems like he is Senku's kind of starting to, be a little bit less of a jerk about science and whatnot. The other thing, I think the main conflict with the other character, I can never remember that guy's name, but the guy who's like the really strong guy. I think the main conflict with that guy, I think, is like very forced, and I have trouble understanding why this conflict is even in the show to begin with. Uh, maybe it'll pan out to be something better later on, but realistically, from what I've seen so far, there's just really no reason for him to have for the show to have that kind of conflict. They could have just gotten away with just not really having anything like that, because it hasn't really changed the narrative at all, except it got rid of like those two characters from the start, which like you could have just written those two characters out of the show at this point. Like it's a very weird pacing choice. Like I'm assuming those characters come back and make and like matter to the narrative more later on in the show, but like they really just don't, like they just don't matter to the story at all at this point. And the other thing, so you've got that guy, the super strong guy who's doing his own things. And like I said, I think a lot of the conflict between them in the first place is kind of forced. But also like, okay, I'm gonna preface this by saying I think that like realistically the correct uh the correct, like, I don't know, I guess I can't really say correct ideology. What does that even mean? But like the real like solution to a lot of the problems or whatever that they bring up, because like they both have like their idea um on how society should be run. Uh, I think the big issue with the I think like the correct solution kind of falls in between both of them. Like obviously like the strong guy kind of went around, and it seems like he destroyed that one statue. It's kind of confusing because he destroyed the one statue and it was like a little girl and their family. I'm kind of wondering if that was like personal though, because he mentioned something about his backstory and like a little girl or something. Um, so I wonder if that was like sort of personal what he did there, and has some like something else. But like the way that the conflict between the two is set up, it's like set up between this idea of like the strong guy wants a world that's like only the strong people. Those are the only people he's going to revive and whatnot. But like maybe it's something that's different in the original Japanese, and maybe they just didn't mention this in the English translation. There's a lot of leeway I'm willing to give for the way this story is panning out. But like that guy never really like said that. He just said that like, hey, we shouldn't wake up all the like bad people who like kind of low key were ruining the world anyways. Which like he's not necessarily wrong in that sense. And I don't really get the feeling that we should be rooting for like Senku's idea of civilization either. Because like Senku's idea is that he's just gonna revive everyone. So like I mean, you already have revived this guy who isn't really turning out well for you. So like, you'd think that that would be a bit of a indication that maybe not everyone should get revived. And also, there's like a lot of those statues have been destroyed anyway, so it's not like everyone even is gonna get revived because like there's a lot of people who just didn't make it. But like, it's really put as this it's posed as this uh these two different ideologies, and personally I think both of them have some merits. Although like obviously the one guy, the strong guy, was kind of he was kind of just destroying statues. But like I also think like maybe these two guys who are both clearly, you know, pretty intelligent, relatively rational people, maybe could have like tried to talk things out instead of just immediately going and trying to like get rid of the other. Like I know that like the strong guy ends up like low key killing Senku, but like Senku was also trying to make a gun to shoot him first. So like I don't know if you know like I think both of them are probably not the best people to be making these decisions. And like, really, you guys couldn't have just like talked things out for like 2 seconds? Like maybe you guys could have come to some sort of agreement, but no, just not gonna talk anything out. Not gonna even attempt any sort of diplomacy. I'm gonna build a gun to shoot you with. We're talking about the Dr. Stone anime. If you haven't seen it, it's basically the story of Dr. Stone is that there was a there was a what was it? Something happened. It's I haven't gotten all the way through the anime yet, so I don't know everything about how the story is going to progress. But like something happens and all of humanity gets like petrified, like turned to stone. And uh some people start waking up, and it's like 3,000 years later, and like one of the people who wakes up is Senku, who's this like he was a scientist, kind of. He was a teenager. Yeah, but like I don't know. The thing is like the strong person, he doesn't really talk about like he doesn't really approach it in that sense. He approaches it in like he's just talking about like not reviving like the big capitalists who run the corporations, which is sort of, you know, got a little bit of a point there. But like cuz like that's the thing, like the story, I don't know, maybe like I said, I'm thinking what may have happened is like they just didn't like maybe something happened in the maybe the original Japanese made it more apparent, but like that guy never says anything like that in the English translation at the very least. Like he never says anything about like picking only the strongest. That's like something Senku uh like infers about him or something. Like it's not really shown that like that's actually his position, you know? He even revives that one guy that I'm at the point where they revived that mentalist guy. I don't know what's going on with him. Which, you know, honestly, questionable. Yeah, he's killing people. I don't know, because he killed those couple of statues, and I felt like that one may have been personal, so I don't really know why he did that. I don't know if it gets explained though. It may have just been nothing. It may have just been nothing. He may have just been wanting to go around and just kill people. So who knows? I don't know. It definitely raises a lot of questions about that kind of thing. Because like the thing is like, oh really? That's interesting. That would explain why that guy revived it. Why he got revived in the first place. But I don't know, because Senku's also the thing is like Senku's position isn't necessarily that good either. Like I don't really think either of them have a very good position on what to do. Because like Senku's position is just resurrect everyone and put everything back the way it was, which is really ignoring like any sort of issues that you know existed in the original world. So I don't know. Although maybe the idea is that Senku himself would be in charge, so maybe they wouldn't have those issues. That might be the implication there. I don't know. I think the real thing is that these, I don't know, like the characterization. I'm hoping as the anime goes on, we get more of an idea about, we get more about the characters because right now, like the strong man just doesn't really have all that much development except for the fact that he's just uh insanely strong for some reason and in ways that are somewhat magical. So but again, like I said, you know, Senku's first reaction to seeing this guy was to build a gun so that he could kill him. So I don't know if we can necessarily say Senku has the moral high ground in this either. I think they could have talked things out. Or at least tried. I think it's like I think the stuff about like the strongman favoring eugenics, at least at this point in the story that I'm in, he hasn't really like verbalized that. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like a lot of it is just there for narrative purposes with like the actual like conflicting ideologies and stories kind of thrown in as like an afterthought. Yeah, but like he also like so I don't know because like he doesn't there's just no explanation for anything. Like he didn't he just I'm he did kill those people, which is a good point. And I don't like that he did that. And I don't know why he but the thing is like I said, I don't really know why he did that. He's kind of like killed a statue of like of what was it was like a little girl, right? I don't understand. Like the show doesn't really like it might be it almost has to be, right? Like because like I feel like there's just so much of the narrative that's kind of missing at least with the English dub. So I'd really like to look into it at some point because like it really does just feel like like portions of the story are missing from the dub, which I wouldn't be surprised. Because like the strongman, like from everything he said, he's talking about like getting rid of like essentially getting rid of the greedy uh corporate people or like the people who I think the thing is like he probably has a very loose definition of what counts as people that, you know, are too greedy to be resurrected. I think that's probably the big thing. Is like he has a very loose definition of that. That's most of what I've seen so far. Okay, let's go check on the steel. Like I said, I don't really support either of these guys. I think they're both kind of. Yeah, that's the thing, right? And that's why I say I think like the real solution lies like in between their two ideologies, because like yeah, that guy really shouldn't be going around and just like imposing his own will like that onto everything. But also like he has a point. Senku probably shouldn't be like resurrecting people who are like objectively like, going to be causing problems. Which, then again does go back to like a thing where like maybe he shouldn't have resurrected that guy in the first place either. Which does actually raise a lot of interesting questions, because that guy in and of himself is a like he's a definitive yeah, I mean that's the thing, like you kind of can't really like tell who's who until you resurrect them in the first place. Well, I think that's the thing, like that strongman guy is a good example of like his own he's a good what is it? He's a good case for his own argument, right? Like maybe you shouldn't be just going around resurrecting everyone just kind of uh without like putting any sort of thought into it, because like some of them might be like this guy. They even kind of point that out in the episode about how like um oh, what if the first person we resurrect is a murderer? And then like that's kind of what happens, or like explicitly what happens, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, which obviously obviously they had to in that situation. They didn't have the luxury to like sit and deliberate. But it's interesting how from like a narrative perspective he like almost proves his own point. Not in the way that he thinks he does though. I don't think his ideology is a little it's maybe not the necessarily the best thought out one. I do think, like I said, I think you're right that trying to like resurrect everyone and then deal with them is probably a good idea. I do think there should definitely be like a um there's probably some sort of priority system you could come up with for resurrecting people, because obviously, and that's kind of what I've seen with the strongman guy, that I mean he did resurrect a bunch of strong people, which I mean makes sense when when you're in like the Stone Age. You probably do want to resurrect the strongest ones first, and then maybe start working on resurrecting some scientists and stuff. I think these two really could have worked together if they had like uh if they had taken like 5 seconds to talk out ideology. I still really want to know why he just randomly killed that family, because there's like no real indication. The only thing we can assume is that he's just, like that, which is I like sure, but also like I don't know, weird, weird thing to do. I think it's more of like a narrative issue in my opinion. But then again, like I said, I've not gotten through the whole series, so maybe they resolve that later on. What happened to the stuff I threw in here? What happened? Wait, no. Okay, I see. I see. Yeah, but like that's mostly just the narrative that's been like it's mostly just Senku that's been saying that. They don't really do a whole lot that they don't really do anything with the guy to like really like he professes an ideology that is not explicitly that, but Senku is constantly saying that that's his ideology without that really being evidenced through the person's like through any, like I said, they just don't talk to him. Nobody attempts to like, because like I said, his ideology is a little bit more nuanced. That his professed ideology is a little bit more nuanced. I think I'm really curious as to whether or not there was something different in the original Japanese, because it really does feel like there's something missing, and I'd be willing to bet that in the original Japanese he's more explicit about his ideology than what he is in the English translation. Because the English translation, he just says he does he basically like asks Senku, like Senku tells him he's gonna resurrect everyone, and he asks him like, oh, so you're gonna resurrect all the greedy capitalists, or the people who were in charge, who were like ruining society and whatnot. But I also think that the whole conflict in general is very forced, and it doesn't really. I don't get why we added this conflict into it, because like this whole show, this whole series could have very easily just been like man versus nature, which is what it really should have been. Uh, like you know, it almost would have been better if you couldn't resurrect people from the past, and like Senku was the only one who made it through. Like, may have even made it a better story. Honestly, I think that's what I would have done. I don't think I would have bothered with trying to resurrect the old world. It like I said, it raises a lot of it does raise a lot of questions about the old world in general. Yeah, but like there's an entire another group of people that exist. I still haven't gotten to the point where they explain that, but there's other people that exist that weren't resurrected. I'm assuming that they descended from people who got resurrected a long time ago or something, but I haven't gotten to the part that they explain that yet. Which is really weird. Again, I don't know why Senku isn't asking more questions about these inexplicable people that exist. I have a lot of questions about them. I don't know. Another thing I don't like about the series very much, it's really it's more about like Senku's personal like ideology and whatnot. The show kind of really um it it has that vibe of like uh discounting like the um like the stuff that like primitive people can do, or primitive, like I mean like actually like primitive, like like thousands of years ago. It kind of reinforces this idea that like primitive cultures were unable of like doing certain things, when like like the ancient Greeks had automatrons and whatnot, and like uh the real thing is like it just took time to like figure things out, but like they had quite a bit of things. And again, I don't know much. I want to know more about this group of people that exists that are not from the old world, because I really want to know like how long have these guys been around. Because my partner brought up something, because like if they've been around for like a couple thousand years, they probably should have made a lot more progress than they have. Okay, I'm really excited to find out about their backstory, because I really want to know what their whole deal is. Again, I still think it's really weird that Senku isn't asking more questions. I guess he's not necessarily in a position, but you think it would come up at some point, right? Okay. That I need more red steel, don't I? Yeah, we need more red steel. We're gonna need more steel, aren't we? Yep. Good thing we're making steel. But also one of the things I don't understand is, so I got to the point where they made electricity and whatnot. Um I don't understand why Senku went with a like they had that whole thing where he went onto the mountain and made the powerful electromagnet and whatever, which I don't know enough about. Like I said, it's an magnet at that point, but I don't know enough about making a generator to know if you actually really needed that. I feel like there are other ways to generate electricity, but I don't know off the top of my head. But I don't understand why he went with like a human powered electric generator. Like they're next to a river. You think like that would be a little bit uh yeah. Um you'd think he could do something that wasn't people powered generator, you know? Like you'd think he could like come up with something else. Like like the river. There's a river. I feel like the river could have been useful in you know, electricity generation, right? Like I feel like that's a thing. Grass dust and rose gold. Do I have rose gold? I might need to make more rose gold, but that's easy to make. Um. Okay, we need more brass as well. Yeah. I did like the whole thing where they went to the river and had the and used the magnets to collect iron sand out of the river. That was really cool. That was a fun one. Let's see. Rose gold is just gold and copper. And I can make that in the alloy smelter? No, I can't. But I can make the dust in the mixer, can't I? Yeah, 1 copper dust and 4 gold dust. Okay. But like, I do think it's a pretty fun anime overall. I just wish they took more time to explain what the heck was going on with like the narrative. Uh, yeah, like I said, it really does kind of feel like the whole story, like the idea for the anime of like doing an anime that has like a lot of like focus on like science and technology and like, you know, that kind of like survival video game-esque style. I feel like that idea was came up with first, and then a lot of the narrative was kind of like tacked on as an afterthought. Like I said, there's so many parts of the narrative that just like either like they just don't get any attention, or they don't or like it's just it's weird stuff. Like I still don't know what was with the first two characters, the guy and that one girl that they resurrected. No idea what was going on with that. I'm hoping they come back eventually because we haven't seen anything about them at all. I thought it was really weird how because I got to the part where the mentalist guy made it back to the strong man, and like that would have been like a perfect opportunity to show what happened to those two guys if they're still with the strong man, which the narrative has led me to believe they are. But it's just I'm hoping, you know what? I agree with you. I do think that guy was supposed to be the main character, considering he was like literally the first character we really get. Like once the because like we follow him through the through his like time being a statue, which again I think is pretty messed up. The whole idea of what's going on here, where they have Like the idea that they might be conscious while they're in the stone form, is a little yeah. I think it would have been better if they had kept because like again, I think the main narrative issue with the show is just um introducing the strongman character in the first place. I really do feel like the narrative would be better without him. Because you could have kept the group together. Because like I kind of liked the I kind of liked that guy. I don't remember his name. I don't remember. I'm bad at remembering names though. But I liked him. He's a big old himbo. You know, that's always a fun character. He acts as a good what's it called? I don't remember what it's called, but he acts as like a stand-in for the audience. You know, because you're to assume that the audience doesn't have a whole lot of technological knowledge or technical knowledge in general. So like uh that guy kind of acted as like a stand-in, but then they just kind of replaced him with the other scientist guy kind of who was like slightly more knowledgeable but not really. Okay, we need more black steel dust too. Uh there. Nickel, black bronze, 3 steel. I need 2 steel for the red steel, so... But yeah, we'll see how it all works out though. I'm willing to withhold my final judgment of the anime until after I'm done with it, obviously, because like I don't know why would you why would you judge something so harshly if you haven't even seen it all the way through? But I'm just hoping that the narrative stuff gets gets fixed at some point, like does better. Because it's the way it is right now. It's got some weird stuff that's just not very good from a narrative perspective. I need nickel, 1 bar of nickel. I'm excited to see how that show ends up. Honestly, I do wish they would. I hope we get more stuff about the strongman guy because like I do want to hear more about his ideology so we can get a better idea of like why he is the way he is. Uh if he's just a straight up villain guy, or if he has some sort of uh if he has something better going on. Black bronze, nickel. Because he really does allude to it. So like he alludes that there's something more interesting to that character. No, I need black bronze. It's black bronze and nickel, right? Nickel, yeah. And it needs to be set to a 1. Yeah, I'll probably watch some more of that anime uh later tonight. Especially if you guys are saying that there's some interesting stuff with that one those that village, because I really want to know what's going on with them. Okay, so we just need 1 brass, right? 3 copper, 1 zinc. I probably have some zinc dust lying around. Oh, okay, sweet. Okay, good, good. Yeah, because where I'm at, Senku still has to get into the village in the first place. They still haven't let him inside. He's just out there. Vibing, I guess. Actual zinc, though. Okay, I'll have to go grab one of my actual ingots of zinc. Oh. I guess I was making things for it. Hey Robo, how's it going? We were talking about Dr. Stone for a while. I think we're mostly done with Dr. Stone, but if you have anything to add. Grass. Ooh, cool. Sounds good. What parts did you upgrade in it? I'm assuming you upgraded parts in it. If you had to do a reinstall. Red steel. Let's go heat up some red. Can I... Oh wait, no, I can do this in the blast furnace now. Arc furnace. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I think that might be the processor I have. That is a processor, right? I can never keep up track of the way they... I can never keep track of the names of half of their things. I think that might actually be the processor that I have. Can I... How do can I look at my system stuff? Can I... System... It's not system monitor. Art firmware updater? That's probably not it. Eh, oh well. I'm fairly certain that is the exact processor I have, actually. Yeah, yeah, true. Well, I mean, typically it's fine until you have to update the processor and the motherboard. Most of the rest of it is, tends to be fine. But the issue is, like, because it sounds like Robo probably updated from DDR4 to DDR5. Yeah, that's part of the reason why I switched to Linux. Didn't want to have to deal with that kind of stuff. Which I wouldn't necessarily recommend to most people. I know a lot of like the things with like Linux, like people always say you should just upgrade to Linux. I don't think Linux is really a good choice for most people. Uh, it's I don't know. Well, it's weird. Linux is a weird thing. Linux is like um Linux is like a weird thing where it's really good for people who know nothing about computers or who know a lot about computers, but like the middle ground and also like for games and stuff, it tends to be a bad. Um yeah, but SteamOS is just Linux, which is really based. I don't know. If you're playing games on Steam, most of them work pretty well on Linux. The issue is if you want to play new games on Linux, you're probably not going to have a very good time, from what I've found. A lot of games run well on Linux nowadays, but like the new like brand new AAA fancy games probably not going to work out too well for you. It's all a graphics thing. It's all a stupid graphics thing too, because like the main thing with like why the graphics don't really work well on Linux is mostly just like drivers issues, and part of it is like things being proprietary. Yeah, their Proton compatibility layer is pretty good. I mean, Proton is like primarily just like translating your. It does a lot of work just translating the stuff for graphics. But I mean, like, we've been able to run Windows code on Linux for like forever. Steam has been doing a really good job. I'm really happy with Valve. Like, realistically, the main reason why so many games run on Linux nowadays is just because of Valve and their Proton compatibility layer that they pretty much only made because they wanted to make the Steam Deck, and it was easier to just make a Linux-based OS for their Steam Decks as opposed to working with a pre-existing, like working with Windows or something. Uh, but it's really nice. Like, they've done a really good job because like most things, most games on Steam will run on Linux with like barely any stuff. There's a little bit of things like you have to like kind of make sure you have the right version of Proton running sometimes, or like there are certain things that don't work as well on Linux, you know. And like I said, it's all just graphics. It's like all the reasons why. Well, who's still? How'd you run out? You should be able to keep up with a single thing running, right? Oh. Oh. What is... What's eating up my electricity? Did I... Okay. But, like, yeah, it's pretty much all just... it's basically all just, like, graphic stuff. And it's the stupid, like, proprietary graphics things with like DirectX, and I feel like there's another one that's not DirectX but isn't Vulkan. Because Vulkan's the open... I think Vulkan's open source. I know OpenGL is obviously open source. I can't remember if Vulkan itself is or not, but I think it is. Can I just do this with a screwdriver? Wait, no. Hold on. No. Yeah, no, that's an output hatch. Okay, so I do need the glass. We're gonna need more steel. Refit my CPU cooler. It's not making proper condition. It has a way to idle temp. I think the thing I'm thinking of is NVIDIA, but I don't remember what they call it. Because right, like, oh god, I don't, because like NVIDIA makes like the cards, but like the cards, like in order to like actually render graphics, you need something like DirectX or OpenGL or Vulkan. And those ones, which I think it is correct to say that those are graphics renderers. OpenGL is NVIDIA? Really? I thought that was just a completely independent thing. What is Vulkan then? I never, to be fair, I've never like really looked into these things. But I could have, I thought that it was. What was I doing though? I need more steel. I'm not I don't remember. I feel like NVIDIA's not the type to allow you to have open source things. I know they do, NVIDIA does CUDA, which is a big thing for machine learning. That's like the thing NVIDIA has been really pushing in recent years. They've been really pushing for being the top dogs in machine learning algorithms and whatnot. Why their stupid graphics cards cost so much? I don't know. Like I said, I never looked into it, so I actually don't know much about like the actual. Okay, yeah, I thought because I knew OpenGL was completely open source. That's like the main thing with them. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was. Well, actually, I would have been surprised if Nvidia had their hands in it somewhere. What is Vulkan? Because I know Vulkan is like the big one that is like, because OpenGL is like is good. Um. Oh yeah. Really, Nvidia has okay. I mean, I think that makes sense. OpenGL's been around for a really long time, and it's kind of like the default renderer for Linux. So it makes sense that Nvidia and I think AMD has native support for it too. I think Vulkan is the new one. That's the big name. What is Vulkan? Vulk. Uh, wait, we need more. We need more. Ah, that's what it is then. Oops. Yeah, so like Vulkan's the big one that has been Vulkan's the big one because like there's been like a lot of new things because I think it's like what DirectX 11 uh like Vulkan is closer to like DirectX 11 I think. Or maybe it's 10. I don't remember. I don't keep up with I really don't keep up with like this kind of stuff. Um but yeah, that's like the big thing. Ah, okay. Vulkan is made by AMD. Yeah, that makes sense. Lint. Lint. Doing. Uh, need more. I need more steel. I need glass. I need to go grab some glass. But yeah, it's because I've noticed like there's been some new things, and like I said, like computer graphics isn't like my forte. It's not my field of expertise, so I really don't know a whole lot about computer graphics in general. But the there's been like a lot of new things that have been coming out. Like there's a lot of like upscaling and like what's it called? There's crazy new ways of doing like anti-aliasing and like it was like FXAA or some weird stuff. And those are like I found like those tend to cause the biggest issues when we're talking about Linux and trying to get a new game working on it. It seems like a lot of those things don't work very well on like Vulkan currently. So, cuz like I tried playing that new Monster Hunter game and it wouldn't work. I don't know. I'm sure they probably will get that fixed eventually, but there was something about that game that would just like straight up crash my computer. Actually, it wouldn't even crash it. It would freeze it up so that I couldn't do anything. And then I'd have to like hard boot it in order to escape. So that wasn't it wasn't very fun. Enter. Ooh, that's pretty nice. I think they gave me a free game when I got my CPU as well, but I don't remember what it was. I think it was probably a game that I had already um that I already owned, so it didn't matter. Oh, really? I didn't know it wasn't that well optimized. Yeah, no, it was. Um, it would be nice. The thing is like I'm not too I'm not too shook up about not being able to play Monster Hunter because of the price tag. $70 for a game is pretty steep. Uh, even when it's good, I don't think I'd I don't think I'd play it enough to really justify it. But yeah, it was some kind of weird thing where it would just like it would stop uh it would stop working. Like and it had something to do with the graphics, I know, because it would like get like I played around with the graphics settings a bit to see if there was something I could like disable to get it to start working. But it just never did. And it let's see. Uh um like I was able to get it to work to the point where it got past certain things, because I tried doing like the tutorial. There was something I had to do. I know it was like one setting in particular. I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact thing that happened. Um or the exact setting, but there was this one setting that if I couldn't even look at the setting in the settings menu, because you know how like nowadays they have, every time you go into like the graphic settings for a game, it has like all the stuff listed, or it has like examples listed of what the game would look like with that. For some reason, which I don't know exactly why it would work this way, but for some reason like looking at that setting would just crash the computer, would just lock it up and and make it impossible to use. What was it? Energy hatch? It was energy hatch, I'm pretty sure. Two energy hatches. Energy hatch. Need a low voltage energy hatch, which requires whatever this is. Fine steel wire. Yippee. Okay, make a decent number of those. Do I need what, two of these? I need two of the energy hatches. Yeah, and I need to make more machine holes. Might as well work on that first. Let's just make more steel. Why not? I actually already have this pig iron in my inventory. Let's just I'm gonna dump some of my stuff in here, and then we're gonna go dig up some more dirt, do some more landscaping while we're waiting. Actually, how much time do you have left? 7? Okay. We have a little bit of time then. Where'd I put my, there it is. Okay, yeah, we gotta clear out more of this land here. Okay, but yeah, there's also a couple other things with graphics is definitely one of the biggest issues with playing games on Linux in the first place. you're somebody who's like really a real big stickler about graphics, Linux is definitely not the operating system for you. Because I had issues with like Baldur's Gate as well. I don't remember. I was able to fix it, but it did take some tweaking of finding the right settings in order to fix some of the real bad issues. Because everything was like there was a lot of like everything being like weirdly pixelated and whatnot. I think, like I said, it was some of like that smoothing stuff um that they've been using recently. I've been hearing there's a lot of like stuff about like upscaling, like uh being like a big thing with a lot of the computer graphics nowadays. And I don't know exactly how it works. We're gonna have so much dirt by the time we're done with this. Let's see. Oh, right. We need. Let's check on our steel and everything. More steel? Forge hammer time. God. Oh, man. This electric blast furnace is going to be so nice. Once we get this electric blast furnace, we're not going to have to wait for this forge hammer to pound out steel anymore. But here's another 9 steel ingots that I can use into the bender with you. Oh, okay. See you later, Robo. Thanks for stopping by. Always fun to have a little chit chat. Okay, wrench. I keep putting up my wrench and then I always need it. Always need the wrench. Doo-doo-doo. Magnetic iron rods. We're gonna need 2 of these, so I'm gonna need 2 of those rods. I have 2 rods. Polarizing. What else do we got? It's gonna take what, 4 pieces of iron or steel because we can take, yeah, 1 steel ingot on a 3 through the wire mill gets us 8. Okay. Bye. Not having that. What? Yeah. What do I get? Oh, my. Oh. Oh, no. My, a friend of mine and I have been talking a bit, um, about What were we talking about? I don't know. I was talking about I was talking about some stuff with some things I'd been seeing online, and just like I feel like I've mentioned this a couple times before with like some things, but like uh it gets a little bit annoying sometimes seeing like certain ideas crop up online, and then like you see so many things where people just don't like look into things that can be like pretty easily looked into. I think I mentioned this before. Did I ever tell you guys about the cat thing with the different colors of cat fur? You know, the whole it's a personal pet peeve of mine. I don't It's not one of those things where I get like super bent out of shape when somebody says it, because like I assume most people are just kind of like going along with the funny joke and aren't putting a whole lot of thought behind it. But you know those whole things with like what orange cats are, they only got the one brain cell. And I the main reason why I looked into this is because like there's a stereotype about torties where torties they got the tortitude, you know, they're real sassy cats and whatnot. And I was sitting there thinking about it one day because my tortie's also really sassy, but that's probably because she grew up on the streets. Probably had a lot more to do with that than that. But I was thinking about it. I was like, man, you know, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that that the color of a cat's fur would be able to like determine something about it. You know, like when you think about it, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? Like the color of a cat's fur is gonna like determine its personality. That's a weird thing to think about. And I looked into it, and you know, it's just like nothing to that. Literally, there's no evidence for any of that, period, at all. Just something people made up. It is funny. It is funny. It definitely is. But I think it's another one of those things where it's a little bit weird to believe that kind of thing, because then you're really getting into some weird like biological essentialism at that point, because it's like if you're willing to believe that a cat um the color of their fur is going to determine their personality, like I don't know. But you know what's even crazier? Because when I was looking into it, when I was looking into it, because I was looking into the thing about the cats, right? I was like, yeah, cats. Because with cats, it really doesn't make any sense, right? Like, cats, there aren't even really that many different, like, breeds, quote unquote, of cats. Like, and it's not like it's not like with dogs where you have, like, certain breeds are bred for particular activities and whatnot. So like it really didn't make sense with cats. But I actually looked into that dog thing too. You know the dog thing is like complete BS as well. Like it turns out there's actually no evidence to support like different dog breeds having different personalities. Um which I thought was kind of wild, because I was willing to believe that like we had particularly like bred for certain personality traits, but then again, when you think about it a little bit more, it's like, well, that doesn't really make sense either. How do you even do that? Right? Like, I don't think you can breed for personality traits. Like, that's not, I don't think that's a thing. But me and my friend were kind of, we'd been talking about some of the similar stuff going on with that kind of stuff. Because I'd seen there's been a big discourse. You guys can weigh in on the discourse, I guess. I don't I don't know if the people outside of America can weigh in on the discourse, because I don't know if it's actually if it's actually a I don't think it's actually much of a discourse you can really have outside of the US, considering the way a lot of laws are. Um, there's been a lot of discourse on Tumblr recently about cannabis. A lot of people, people specifically, people are complaining about like uh cannabis usage in public, and whether or not whether or not you should be like, because like the thing people are complaining about is like the smoke from it, even if they're like outside and stuff. And like I don't know, I'm kind of more on the side of like you probably shouldn't be doing it in public, and you should probably be a little bit more mindful about. Actually, you know what? Here's a real good way to put it. I've heard other people talking about the topic before, and it's basically this is one of those topics where, um, I heard someone describe it as uh I've never seen an argument where I did like just hated everyone on both sides so much because um there are so many oh, I think a cat has entered my room. Um because like both it really is like both people like people on both sides of this argument are like some of the most like insufferable, and like people are, the issue with me is like people just like make stuff up regardless of which side of the argument they're on. Like both sides of this argument are just like flat out making up stuff uh about like the other side. You're right, Pero. That is actually this is actually an instance where you can actually just like the solution is just eat it. Um, where's that cat? Hi, kitty. Yeah? You want to come up here onto the chair? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I'm sorry. It's not. Yeah. But no, it's. I mean, it's fairly common to smell the smell of cannabis in states here where where it's legal. So because like I visited like California and whatnot, and some other places where it's legal, and it's definitely commonplace to smell cannabis. Although to be fair, another thing is I think people might be a little bit mistaken when it comes to like the smell, because like just because you smell it doesn't mean there's a person like smoking in like out, even like outside. Like that smell does like linger on people. Like I wouldn't be surprised if you're seeing like people hotboxing in their car before going into the grocery store, and that's what you're smelling is the residual smell on them. I've definitely had, man. To be fair, this is commonplace in places where it is not legal either, because I've worked in some states where it wasn't legal, and man, I have definitely smelled it on some customers before. And you can also kind of tell because it's a little obvious when somebody is, blazed out of their gourd. It's really funny too. Um, but yeah, no, it's one of those things where like both sides of the argument are like kind of insufferable, because you have like one side of the argument being like, "Oh, but it's good for you and there's no negative side effects." And then you have like the other side of the argument that's saying stuff like, "No, it causes seizures," which as far as I can tell, there's not really any evidence for that. So, whatever. But we've been talking about that kind of stuff recently, and we started getting onto the topic of we got into the topic of purity culture, because I think that's kind of part of the reason for like the backlash against cannabis, is because there's like it's been like a more recent thing. Like a lot of like younger people are really opposed to it, and I think on some level it's because of how purity culture, I hesitate to say purity culture is making a comeback, because I really don't think it ever left, is the main thing. But it's definitely been more, it's been more pervasive online. And like I mentioned, you see that with like the trad wives and like the manosphere stuff. Yeah, you are correct. Although I think the difference is, like I said, I think that some people are having a bit of a misnomer, because like um In the U.S., like you don't really like you don't see people smoking cigarettes that much either, right? I mean, like definitely, like you don't even really like see people smoking cigarettes anymore. But like we have like the designated areas and stuff outside. I think the difference between like cigarettes and cannabis is that the smell from cannabis lingers longer, and I think that people are kind of like mistakenly thinking that like therefore there's like more smoke or like people are doing it more like outside. I've heard like the big thing is like people mostly are complaining about like public venues like at a what do you call it, at like a concert or something, which is whatever. I don't go to concerts. I don't really have a dog in this horse. Dog in this horse? Horse in this race? Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. We got that too. We got dip. Although I think what you're talking about is a slight variation of dip. But yeah, we have that too. Um, No, tobacco, nicotine has gotten much less popular in the United States in recent years, and it's a good thing. Oh, snus. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Are they seven dogs in a horse? How do you get the seven dogs in the horse? Did the horse eat the dogs? Is that what's going on, or are they like? Is it a horse costume? Are they wearing it like a flesh golem? Are they small dogs like chihuahuas? Because that would make more sense for fitting seven in a horse. Um. So yeah, we have snus here as well. Tobacco's getting Oh, magic. That's You're right. It's like JoJo, the guy who jumps out of the horse. It's like that, except it's seven dogs. Oh yeah. No, the smoking's not like smoking cigarettes is it's not it's not very common. Yeah, Jack the Ripper. I think they did that later on too. Didn't they also do that in part 2 as well? Like I could have sworn one of the I could have sworn when they're doing that big duel at the end, one of them jumps out of a horse or into a horse. And I don't know why vampire powers give you the ability to do that, but I'm not a vampire, so what would I know? Um, no, it's much less popular here in the U.S. nowadays. Uh, and it's partially because of the anti-nicotine campaigns that we had. We had a lot of anti-nicotine campaigns for a while. Um, there were a lot of there were a lot of there's like that whole like know the cost campaign and whatnot, which um it's weird. It's interesting because apparently those were like paid for by people who did actually want you to smoke, but I guess it kind of backfired. Although, did it? Okay, here's the real thing. It's not very common to have to like smoke in the US, but it is common to have. No, don't leave me. No, I love you, kitty. Oh wait, yeah, come back up here. I'll keep petting you. Who's a good kitty? Um, so like cigarettes aren't common anymore, but vapes are. That's the big thing. Vapes. All the kiddos are getting hooked on those nicotine vapes. Gotta get my nick, you know? And yeah, it's causing lots of problems. I'll be real with you. I I had a friend. My friend, actually, the one I'm talking about right now, used to smoke or not smoke, vape. I think maybe she used to smoke as well, but then started vaping to quit smoking, but then eventually quit vaping as well. Uh, and I don't know. It's a pretty big issue because we've been having a lot of issues with it in our schools. Like it's really hard for um it's really hard for yeah, it is actually a big problem in schools. It might also vary depending on your location too, to be honest. Um some places it obviously tends to be more of an issue in poorer communities. to start with, right? Like we all know, uh, the more disadvantaged your community is, the more likely you are to fall for stuff like that. Which again falls back to something I will mention about some of this. Yeah. Um yeah. So here's the thing. It's been a big issue with the students because it's so hard. Um it's so hard for the teachers to it's much more difficult to catch students vaping than it is to catch them like smoking cigarettes. You know, it's slightly more difficult to light a cigarette in the middle of a classroom than it is uh to just suck on a vape. They got crazy ones too that are like very it really sucks because they have ones that are very clearly like targeted towards children. Because there are ones that I've heard of one that looks like a highlighter, right? Because like vapes are pretty simple. They're pretty simple apparatuses, right? It's just a tube with a coil, and you use it to heat up some stuff, and that's there you go. Um, but like yeah, I've seen ones that look like the highlighters, like you know, like those stereotypical like the yellow highlighter. I think like it's what Sharpie brand or whatever. I've heard of ones where it looks exactly like that, except obviously instead of like the actual highlighter tip, it's just a hole where it's a vape. And so schools have been having issues with that. Brendan Lee Mulligan has a great satire on this. I might have to look at that sometime. No, it's definitely a big issue. Um but I will. Let's see. One of the things. So one of the things I like to bring up when we talk about because this is we're really just talking about like drug use in general. Oh yeah, the Juul CEO. Yeah, man, it's crazy how we managed to like basically ban Juul. I can't remember if we outright banned them or just technically banned them, but we like got rid of Juuls. But for some reason, everything else is okay because our government is kind of dumb and thinks that banning like one particular thing stops it from existing. Like you ban a single company and that's going to solve all your problems, I guess. I don't know. Government's not the brightest, even at the best of times. But now one of the things one of the things I like to point out when we talk about like substance consumption, uh it may have you are right, Pero. There is also that. There is a very good chance that they just wanted to screw over Jewel in particular, and pave the way for others to fill their spot. So yeah, that is true. Um but yeah, no, when we're talking about like substance consumption, this is kind of like a thing. The issue is like um the substances in and of themselves aren't really an issue, right? Like if we want to get like if you're going to get into like more like ideological type stuff, I don't think they're necessarily like I, I don't I don't really necessarily think that a good portion of substances should really even be like outright gotten rid of or banned. For adults, obviously, for children, it's a much different thing. But um, the issue is, and this is something that never gets brought up when we're something that doesn't get brought up when we're talking about solutions. Because I've heard so many people talk about like how to solve these problems because like my mom is in education. Doesn't tell you what you owe companies like TurboTax. Yeah, dude, TurboTax has been like absolutely popping off this tax season now that the government did that direct file tool. TurboTax, I've been seeing a lot of ads from TurboTax. But like um one of the things that we don't like talk about enough is like why people are like doing all this stuff like especially when it comes to like students, right? Like why are the students like doing all these substances? Why are we having such problems with this? I think a lot of it kind of boils down to like just general things with like, I'll be real with you. I think the kids aren't okay. I think the kids are probably kind of sad. I think they look around at what's going on and they are kind of sad about it, and so they turn to substances. Also, I also think a big thing. This is one. This is one that uh, I've brought up to some people a couple times because like I feel like some people like they look at like the kids today and they do the same thing that like every generation before them has done and be all like, oh my god, why are the kids acting so crazy? What's wrong with kids these days? And it's like, um, dude, we spent all our time as we spent a lot of our time, the younger generation, like talking about how bad like the government is, which is valid, but also like it's weird that you would expect them to come to a conclusion aside from the government being bad. Like I think a lot of kids nowadays, there's a less of an emphasis on respect for authority because of all the things we've been saying about that in recent years. Which is like fair, you know. I think like all the stuff we've been saying is valid, but it's kind of I think the real issue is like the internet has allowed for there to be such a great mixing of um such a big mixing of like differing like these different, not ideologies, what am I trying to say, like you have like adults and younger people, like young like children and like young adults and everything all mixing together in the same area. And like I think we can talk about how like, you know, things the government does, uh and how you shouldn't, there are certain things you shouldn't necessarily ideas that you shouldn't necessarily buy into. But then when you have the children in there as well, it's like, well, they're also listening to this and they're also deciding, they're parlaying it into like disrespecting teachers, which is also like teachers are it's also because we've defunded our public education as well. So that's fun. I love problems that have multiple causes and no real solution. Oh, who's a good little kitty? I got a little kitty on me. Um, no, I don't know. Yeah, no, true. That's the main thing. Dude, it sucks. Now, this is like the big issue with like talking about like literally anything. um, I'm not eating the cat. The cat is too cute to eat. Um, here's the thing. Like I hope you guys understand that when I come on here and talk about things, I don't I'm I don't deal in like absolutes very often, right? So like any opinions that I have that I express here on the channel are half the time they're half baked to begin with, but also like I'm always willing to, I'm always open to differing points of view and like new information on any topics. Yeah, no, I'm not a Sith Lord. I do not deal with absolutes. I am not. I do not follow the absolute. I do not. I do not. So, but like the issue with like talking about any topic, especially like issues with whatever's going on in the United States right now, the big issue is that it's um it's just very complicated. Everything is very complicated for lots of reasons. Like it's kind of overly optimistic to think that any issue could be solved with like a single thing. Although I definitely think there are some things that are uh have a higher priority. Specifically, I don't know if that's I don't know if that necessarily maths out to being the reason why it's called politics, but I don't know the etymology of politics. I think that's like one of the big issues with politics right now, especially, is that like everybody wants a single. Um, oh no, Dora, where are you going with that? Wait, okay, I think I figured it out. Yeah. Okay. No, you're right. You're right. We could. I heard a fun story. I heard a fun story recently where this one person was telling a story about something that their brother did. Their brother was like a contractor, like a laborer, you know, a yeah, just a general contractor type person. And their paychecks were late, and so he went over to the boss's house and just like around like dinner time, and just like as soon as the boss like opened the door, he just welcomed himself in and went to the fridge and just started like taking the guy's food and being all like, well, you know, paycheck was late, so you know, I don't have food to feed my children today, so you know, I guess you're offering to share then, since you're the one who didn't pay me. And apparently paychecks weren't late after that. Yeah, no, I mean, I do think that like a lot of I think a lot of those issues kind of boil down like, okay, if I'm willing to be generous, because like obviously, you know, there's nuance in a lot of things, and if we're willing to be generous to some of these people, I do think that a lot of these people are so insulated by privilege that they don't, you know, even realize the ramifications of their actions, you know, and how it affects the people like that. So, you know, I always say I'm willing to give the rich the opportunity to change their ways. Everyone deserves a chance. I know, right? I On Twitch, on the platform where we ban certain words talking about certain people because it hurt their feelings or something. Uh, which I know, now that I think about it, sounds really bad, like a really bad opinion for me to have if you don't know the specific word that I'm talking about. But um, I'm also not allowed to say it. So you know, just insert whatever you want. You can have whatever opinion of me you want. I don't actually care that much. um, but I will say it had something to do with how much can I even say? I don't know, man. There's so much stuff on. It was the thing with the recent conflict in the Middle East. There was Twitch banned a specific word referring to certain people on one side of the conflict, and yeah, which is weird considering like I'm pretty sure like that's just what they call themselves as well. So, um, but anyways, no, I'm willing to let people recant their ways and make amends. Yeah, they did. Like I said, I'm not gonna say it explicitly because like obviously it's like kind of banned on Twitch. It's sort of banned on Twitch. The thing is, like, I probably could get away with saying it because it's not like you're not allowed to call people it, but you are allowed to kind of like say it to like talk about the situation. It's a very weird thing, but it starts with a Z, and that's all I'm gonna say about it. Um, let's see. Put this in there. But yeah, there was like a whole they did like a whole press thing, like they have a letter or something. I read through it because obviously it's a you know, it's important to the channel that I stay up with you know, what terms. Yeah, zebra, that's right. You're right. We can't say that word anymore. Um it it happened after that whole debacle with, or did it happen after or before? I don't remember actually. Uh I'm pretty sure it happened around that time that Asmongold uh said some of the stuff that he said. I think it was probably before. Dude, it would be a really bad look if it was after, to be honest. Um What? Yeah, energy hatch. Okay, 2 energy hatches. Asmongold's always in trouble. He's always in trouble. Asmongold's always, yeah, I know, right? Muffler hatch, that's what it is. Okay, muffler hatch. All right, this is... Okay, I need... All right. Do I have a normal bronze fluid pipe on me somewhere? Hey, he really is. Asmongold is, he did get banned for a little bit for some of the stuff he said. But it wasn't very long. I think he had like a day ban or something for some of the stuff he said. Now, Asmongold, he got into a bunch of trouble. He got into a bunch of trouble for some of the things he said about the people of Palestine. Yeah, it wasn't very nice what he said. Yeah, I know the streamer Destiny's been saying stuff, similar stuff too, though. Now, Asmongold's always been kind of a controversial figure for a long time. He's kind of the reason why the World of Warcraft community is the way that it is. And the voltage machine hull. Yeah. The last thing before this whole thing with like the Middle East and whatnot that he got in trouble for, or got whatever. I don't know. Can you really call it getting in trouble if like nothing actually happens? Like a lot of people don't like him, but I feel like a lot of people didn't like him to begin with. Yeah, it's probably, I don't know. It's a good MMO, but if you're not into the MMO genre, it's not worth playing. And even then, it's what was I? Muffler hatch. I still need the low voltage hull. I need electric motor. We need some more iron rods. It's a fun game. I wouldn't play it right now though. Dude, World of Warcraft has been like World of Warcraft's been just not very good recently, which is like okay, the gameplay is really good. But the content is just basically non-existent. That is true. Dude, I love my favorite part about Final Fantasy 14 is how oh wait, I'm making annealed copper now, aren't I? Okay. I forgot this makes annealed copper. I just wanted normal copper. My favorite part about Final Fantasy 14 is going and hanging out and just listening. They put on concerts all the time. That's like my favorite part, is going to the concerts and just hanging out and just listening to people play music. It's so cool. I heard that they're going to be adding player housing to World of War. Oh, nope, stop that. They're going to be adding player housing to World of Warcraft soon, and I heard that it's going to be pretty much the same as the Final Fantasy 14 system. Well, except for like the except for how you purchase it. I'm pretty sure everybody will just get their own player housing in WoW, as opposed to. But I heard like the other systems are going to be a lot like Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I think eventually, one of these days, maybe we'll play Final Fantasy 14 on the stream, because I really do want to go through the story, especially the story of A Realm Reborn, because I never really got super into it. Yeah, Elizons are fairly rare. About as rare as the what are the big tall guys called? The big blue men? They don't have to be blue, but I can't remember what they're called. Rogenda. I don't remember how it's spelled or pronounced. Um, yeah, I just play Highlander. That's what I do. I play Highlander. Uh, my Highlander guy, he's a big boy. Which I think I feel like it fits a little bit better with some of the stuff. I know, like the thing is though, like the storyline wise, the Warrior of Light is kind of like the Warrior of Light's really supposed to be a male Midlander, really, which is just like kind of boring. The Midlanders are like the most generic. Like they're just you play as any fantasy game, and this is the kind of human character you get. Although I will say, I do think the Midlanders are a little bit smaller than your average fantasy human. So I guess there is that. Like I definitely could see a lot of people identifying with them specifically because they have a much smaller frame than in other games. Because like, man, you play a human in World of Warcraft, and it doesn't matter what you are, you're just absolutely ripped, absolutely shreked out of your mind, as the kids say. I'm sure they say that, right? Yeah, the kitties are pretty small too. Also the Dragon Boy Z. I mean, probably, I don't know. Maybe. I'm sure a child has said it at some point. um what are the dragon ones? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd say huge, but they're definitely bigger than like the Midlander. The Dragon Boys are basically what are they? Aru. Um, they're basically just like they're like your standard edgy anime protagonist, right? Like every single like edgy anime has a character that looks exactly like one of those guys, like minus the dragon parts, I guess. Although sometimes including the dragon parts. Yeah, no, you're right. There is a high degree of sexual dimorphism between those two. I don't know what happened. Cuz like the dragon girls are like some of the smallest, aren't they? Aren't they like smaller than the cat girls, the Mikote? Like it's a little bit insane cuz like Yugiri is a dragon lady, Dragon Ball Z. And then there's a sick guitar riff. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit wild. It's some would say a little bit excessive actually how small the dragon girls are. Uh I had fun with there's that one thing where you go to like the dragon lands and participate in a tournament or something. I really don't remember the plot that happened there. I think it was in Stormblood. Dude, speaking of Stormblood, one of my favorite reoccurring things. I love this part of Final Fantasy 14. It's really because like a lot of other games would kind of or a lot of other stories, I mean especially games, but a lot of stories would like this wouldn't be a reoccurring thing because like it seems like a lot of other games just like forget half of what happens every time. Um so like but I love how it's a reoccurring thing that the Warrior of Light can breathe underwater because of what happens in Stormblood. I love how because there's even like a time I think in Shadowbringers where like an opponent throws us out of the out of the whatever we're at and like throws the Warrior of Light into like a lake or something, and it's just like, it's fine, they drowned in the lake. But it's like, no, Warrior of Light can just breathe underwater because that's just something they acquired. But I love how it keeps getting brought up, and they don't just forget about it. I've heard, I don't remember which boss fight it is, but I've heard that there's a boss fight that they used where they try to use like a drowning mechanic, and they have to like specify that it's it's magical water, so the water breathing thing doesn't work. Boop, boop. All right, this should be the last batch of steel we have to do. I don't even know if we have to do this batch um for the thing, but I'd like to have some extra steel lying around even after we get the materials in case we need it. Oh man. What would I even I think if I did play through um Final Fantasy, I'd probably play Ninja. All right, Adora, I'll see you in a bit then. You know, have fun on your walk. Uh, look at a tree for me, I guess. I don't don't know what else to ask. Okay. Oh, let's keep what else do I need? I need a tin rotor. That's what, 4 ingots worth of tin? Okay, and fluid solidifier. Where's my rotor? Oh man. Once we get this blast furnace, everyone, this is gonna be so good. We're gonna get this blast furnace, and then we're gonna have access to aluminum, and then it's gonna be great. Aluminum? Aluminum. Who in chat loves aluminum? Me, I love aluminum. Give it up for aluminum. So many useful things. Foil? Foil? Love aluminum foil. I love getting particles of aluminum in my food. I've heard that's a thing. I don't know if it's a thing that like actually matters, but I've heard people express concerns. Lead, it does make the food sweeter, so you might be onto something there. It does. I love how the Romans and the Greeks, mostly the Romans, I love how they knew that lead was poisonous, but they're like, yeah, but it tastes good. Ooh, fission reactor. Yeah, I remember you saying something the last time you were here about working on a, like, you just got some fissile material. Is it mechanism that you're working with? Because if it's mechanism, I might actually know a bit about that whole process. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, if it's mechanism, yeah, you can make those reactors pretty big. You can actually make them larger than a chunk, which I think is... Why'd you do that to me? You know? Why'd you make it larger than a chunk? Um, they're pretty cool. Um, you can't have a meltdown, but you gotta be real careful. Yeah, that does sound like mechanism. You gotta be real careful. Because if you try to break any part of the if you try to break any part of it, it'll cause a radiation leak, and that's not fun to deal with. There should be a... I think there's a specific block that you use to make the multi-block structure that that lets you input fluid into it. I know there's like... Okay, because there's like two different things. Oh, I remember. I remember some of it. Because there's a couple things you have to add into the nuclear reactor for that. You have to have like four... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. The isotopic centrifuge is its own machine. Yeah. That one, it's not... It doesn't take liquids. It takes gas. That might be where you're having problems. That fissile fuel... Okay, I will say I don't know if this is actually 100% true, because when I played in All the Mods 9, they did weird things with the stuff and made some things gases that weren't normally gases. It might be that it's a gas and not a liquid that you're trying to transport. That has always been my biggest issue with Mechanism, is thinking that it's a trying to do a fluid pipe, but then it ends up being a gas. Yeah. I would try that. Because then on your reactor, you're going to need like 4 different ports on it. Because you need an input for coolant, an input for fuel, and then an output for heated coolant, and an output for nuclear waste, which I have fun dealing with that. Actually, the way you deal with nuclear waste in Mechanism is actually like relatively easy. I was going to say super easy, but I guess it's not super easy, but it's pretty easy. All right, where'd I put all my dusts? Let's see. We need red steel. Uh, 4 pieces of black steel. I have 2. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more steel. Red steel is nickel, black bronze. I think we're out of black bronze. Black bronze. Can I make this in the alloy smelter? No. But I can probably make that blend. Okay. It doesn't even take any silver when we do it this way. 3 copper dust and 2 gold dust. We have plenty of gold dust, but we need copper dust. Let's see. Okay, let's start. We should have plenty of methane gas now. Yeah, so I can turn off the methane gas production for a little bit and run a batch of copper through. I didn't even know how many logs were voiding. Oh. This thing does keep up quite a bit. Okay, turn you off. Yeah, that's typically my issue when I'm doing stuff with Mechanism. It's almost always an issue of thinking that it's a liquid, but it's actually a gas. Because it doesn't really do a very good job of telling you which one's which. Like, you'd think fissile fuel would be a liquid. You'd think. Okay. I can... How many of these do I need? I need 3, right? Yeah. I mean, in mechanism, I guess it is. I don't know. I don't I don't know much about fissile fuel and nuclear engineering to know whether or not fissile fuel is a gas. Good question. What is it? Fissile uh fuel. It's gotta give me mechanism. Fissile material, which is just anything that can undergo nuclear fusion. I think fissile fuel is probably normally a solid, to be fair. But I don't know. I get a Twitch thing for my Twitch. Oh boy, new hype train emotes are here. Yay. Get right on that, Twitch. Get right on that. Oh man, I can't wait until this thing's done. We're really close to getting that electric blast furnace. Alright, have fun with your dog. I'll be waiting here, probably still making steel. Right. Woo. Talk. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, no, I've been listening. There's a the band Purity Rings. Purity Rings? No, it's just Purity Ring. Did a version of Better Off Alone. Really good. A good version of the song. Ah, there we go. Okay. Over here. And then 2 gold dust. And then probably put it to some other setting. No? Oh. Hold on. Where'd you going? 3 copper, 2 gold. 3 copper. Oh, electrum. It's not gold. Which does make more sense. I should have some silver in here somewhere, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay. I need black steel. Right, I need black steel. Black bronze, nickel, and steel. Did I need that actually? Do I need 3 black steel dust? No, I need a 4. Rose gold, brass, and 2 steel. I'm gonna turn on my fan real quick. Okay. Let's see. I need 1 rose gold. Alright, couple more, because I think this is the last thing that we need that requires a... Am I out of tin cables again already? Okay. I think this is the last thing that requires a... an actual... what's it called? A machine casing. So once we're done with this... I want to wait... Well, actually, that thing has a battery. But this thing doesn't. And now it does. I guess there's nothing to stop me from putting batteries in everything, is there? Hmm. Actually, probably a good idea. Ah, okay. I have just enough rubber in there. Okay. 9 tin cables. Alright. So... I need more... So, and then... Welcome back, Pero. I didn't make too much progress. But I'm about to finish this last machine casing and everything. And I'm pretty sure once that's done, we're just going to be making, like, coil blocks and whatnot. We need this thing, muffler hatch. Okay. So... Muffler hatch. I should have it on my clipboard. Alright, we need 9 heat-proof machine casings. Which we have 1. So we need 8 more of these, and these are all made out of Invar. Okay. So I need 6 plates and 1 frame to make 2 of them. We need 8 more, so we need to do this recipe 4 times. So we need 24 plates and 4 more of these frames. Is that right? Do we really need that many? Dang. Okay. I'm gonna need more Invar then. This is just nickel and iron, right? Alright, I know I have a bunch of nickel dust lying around. Right here. So I need 24. Okay, and then each Invar frame... God, I need 4 of these frames, and it takes 4 ingots to make 2. So I need 8. So I need 32 ingots. So I need another 16. Okay. This is not super helpful. So I need to do this recipe 6 times, which is 12 pieces of iron. Okay, so do 8 of these as rods. We'll take the rest and pound them out into plates. Bend them into plates. Hammer. Bench. Okay, I have my 4 frames. Oh yeah, these can stack over 16. Let's... Okay, okay. Heat-proof plating. 1. Okay. Alright, so now we have 9 of this heat-proof casing. Not that. Alright, 9 heat-proof casing. We need 16 copper nickel blocks. So let's figure out how we have to do that. Copper nickel... It's the coil is what we need. Copper nickel coil block. Alright. We're gonna need liquid tin alloy. Expensive. This is gonna be expensive to make. Okay, so I need 16 of these. Let's see. So 16. We need bronze foil and copper nickel wire. We need 8. So 16 times 8, which is 128. Each one of these takes a single copper nickel ingot on a 2. Which means we're gonna need 128 of these copper nickel ingots, actually, and that's gonna be... Oh, that's gonna be a lot. Okay. Uh, okay. Yes. I guess we're gonna put... Oh, man. I need more nickel, aren't I? Okay. Um... Okay. For processing, plenty of... Get you taken over here. I'm gonna need 8 stacks of copper nickel ingots. Oh man, this is gonna be hard to do. Okay. Okay, let's see. I guess I should gather up how much nickel I have. Okay. How much nickel do we have? Because we have a lot of nickel ingots over here as well. Uh, let's just start. Let's just start making stuff, I guess. Yeah, because this won't be as hard because you kind of half the costs, I guess. Uh, okay. Yeah, it's probably not going to be that hard. I forgot that, like, when you do these kind of alloy smelting recipes, you get, like, 2 stacks out of it. Because you combine the 2 materials, essentially. So we're already up to 3 stacks of copper nickel. I didn't put anything in the machine, did I? No, it's fine. Yeah, we're going to have plenty of this stuff. Just gotta wait for this stuff to process. Oh, my hammer isn't going. Yeah, you should be hammering out some more pig iron. Okay, and I'll probably get the copper pounded out into dust. We're almost, actually, what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're halfway there. Living on a prayer. Okay. Where's my stuff? There you are. Mechanisms have pipes that transport fluids. Yes, they do. They're called, I think they're called, like, mechanical pipes. Those are the ones that do fluid transport. Kind of a weird name for them, but whatever. I think they're made with, like, the same way you do the other pipes, but I think is it a bucket in the middle instead of whatever else? Basic mechanical pipes, but it's only connecting to my chemical washer. It should connect to other stuff. What are you trying to connect it to? Because I think most of the stuff, I'm pretty sure everything that goes into the nuclear, the reactor itself is gas. But I don't know exactly what you're trying to connect it into. Chemical dissolution chamber and the chemical crystallizer. Okay, okay, so I'm pretty sure this is the case, but the chemical crystallizer, that slurry stuff, for some reason is treated as a gas. It was when I played all the mods 9, so that might be the case. I don't know if that's the case in default mechanism or if they just did that to stop you from, like, creating infinite amounts of it with create or something. But in all the mods 9 when I did it, the slurry counted as a gas for some reason. I don't know why. What was that? Oh yeah. 14. We'll do 2 more of these. So yeah, like try using a gas pipe. Good question. That's a mechanical pipe. It's called a pressurized tube. That's the gas transporter. And yeah, it looks like slurry is just counted as a gas, or it goes through pressurized tubes at least. By default mechanism. I think that's what this is. I don't even know where this information's necessarily coming from. Okay. Actually, what's this? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we just need to do one more batch of Cooper nickel. So I just need, like, what, 8 pieces of, yeah. Give me that. I need 8 pieces. Yeah, I got 8 pieces right here. I got my food on me. We'll eat that later. I'll drink some milk right now, though. Slurpy, slurpy milk. Oh, good. I'm glad. I should have asked you to say hi to the trees for us. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, we're almost done with the stuff to make the electric blast furnace, too. You came back at a good time. Yeah, but, like, that doesn't mean they don't like, you know, being included, right? That's fair. I don't know how your guys' trees are. Oh, I only needed 2 of these nickel ingots, because I already had 6 of the dust. I'll put the rest of these back. That's better than being in a place that doesn't have trees. That happens sometimes over here. I mean, partially because we have, like, biomes that just flat out don't have trees. But also the cities. And here's our Cooper nickel. Alright, this should be enough to make the blocks. So let's get these started on getting turned into wire. No, I need that, yeah. It's on a 2. Okay. Alright, while that's going, we might as well work on the bronze foil. We're also going to need the same amount in bronze foil. So we need what is it, 128? I'm pretty sure I came up with. Yeah, 128 bronze foil. But we can make 4 bronze foil with a single ingot. So, what, 128 divided by 4 is going to be, what, 32? Yeah, 32. So we need 32 pieces of bronze. Which is fun. Okay, how am I going to make 32 pieces of bronze? Bronze ingot. Actually, I could probably make bronze powder? No, what is it called? Dust. Bronze dust. In a mixer. No, that's not what I meant to press. Mixer. Yeah, it's just 3 tin and it's the same, it's just the same as making it in an alloy furnace, so it's not really much of a reason to make it in the mixer, to be honest, unless we needed the dust specifically, which we don't. So this thing's making our stuff. I do have this cassiterite sand, which will probably get us more than enough tin. Yeah. I'm gonna have to wait for this thing to finish centrifuging, though. We're kind of... We don't have any copper processed right now. I'm pretty sure we're getting this electric blast furnace by the end of the day, though. I don't think there's much of a... I don't think there's too much more we need. We'll set this stuff to start washing as well. Okay, because how much copper do we need? We need 32 pieces of bronze, and that, what, divided by 3, we need, like, 11? No. No. That's how much tin we need. Let's see. Because what do we do? We gotta do something divisible by 4. 32 is divisible by 4. What's a third of 32? I need 3/4 of 32. So 32 times 0.75. 24 pieces of copper. And then the rest is going to be tin, which is just 8 pieces of tin. That's actually not a whole lot of cost on that. Kind of expecting it to be higher, but... how many bars of hunger? I think we're missing enough. Yeah, we're definitely missing enough now. Okay, what's our nutrition looking at? We're doing pretty good. We still need the dairy. One of these days, we're gonna make those things to um make cheese. Well, we need to make rennet first. Okay, so I should be able to take the rest of the stuff. Okay, we'll let that finish up a little bit. Put my dusts back in here because I don't like looking at them. This should be enough copper, though. Yeah, actually, this is exactly enough copper if we're just using the dust. And then what? I needed... Actually, wait, this is enough tin, too, isn't it? Yeah, because I only needed 8 pieces of tin. Okay, cool. I need to get more... I need to make sure the Cooper nickel gets processed more, though, because it's going to take a little bit of time for that stuff to process. Okay. Okay, so that's 24 pieces of copper dust, 8 tin ingots, and we'll have all the bronze we need. Look at our progress of technology. The steady march. The steady progress. Okay. Oh god, we're gonna need to make more tin alloy though, because I need liquid tin alloy to add to the equation. What are you doing? Thermal centrifuge. Pretty good. Okay, our alloy smelter is done. Well, it's not, but it's halfway done. I can just put multiple stacks in this machine, can't I? Yeah, I'm glad we had all these resources. I'm glad mining up resources has become a lot easier for us. Those miners are working out really well for us. The sheer amount of resources they're able to pull up out of the ground. They operate pretty fast too, relatively speaking. I can't wait until we get bigger ones though, or the next level, because like what does it go up to with the next one? Because ours currently are only a 17 by 17 area, but this one goes up to 33 by 33. That's a crazy amount. I think we're going to, at some point, probably once we get the 33 by 33 storage miner, we might try going through and digging up all the ore underneath the base as it currently exists. Still need to go back and I still need to go through and clear more of the base. I want to put walls up around the base so that we can kind of like mark off like this is the main base, main part of the base, and then we're gonna build everything in there. And maybe we'll build stuff outside eventually too. I mean, we definitely will. Well, I still want to do that zoo idea. It's gonna be real fun if I ever get around to doing that. Oh god, Jesus Christ! Thank you for the follow, um, Marine Babe. I think kind of hard to see on my screen. Yeah, I see it. Thank you so much for the follow. That makes me real happy. We're up to 13 followers now. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much. I'm glad that you've been enjoying the stream so far. Oh. Oh, that sound gives me a heart attack every single time. It always comes completely out of nowhere. Okay. Our progress. We're making such great progress here. Oh man, I can't wait until that follower goal gets filled up. That's gonna be so much fun. We gotta go all the way up to 20? 20 followers? Insane. Oh. And here. Oh, okay. Sorry. I need to do something about the way I need to make those alerts bigger or something. I can't read them when they pop up on my screen. It's partially because like they don't pop up on my screen. Um oh. We got a Dutch follower. Yeah, I should just make it louder. I should do that. Like I should set it proportional to like how many followers I have. So like it just gets louder and louder every single time I gain a new follower until it's eventually just like destroying my headphones. Welcome. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. We have a Dutch person in chat now. Belgium. Okay. A Belgium person with a Dutch name. Uh, I get most of my viewers are from um, YouTube, not YouTube. What? Europe? I think Europe and YouTube are two different places. Uh, a lot of my chat is from Europe. Yes, this is 1.20.1. Yeah. It's I will say there are, well, actually I guess this doesn't matter that much. There are a couple things I've added to this mod pack that are going to be a little bit different from the normal mod pack. The one thing is the normal mod pack has a mini map and everything and a proper map. I got this cool thing. I got a little atlas. Hey, isn't that cool? But it does make the game harder, so it's a little bit easier when you have the map. But yeah, 20.1 mod pack. It's pretty good. Actually, you know, I will say out of like a lot of the mod packs I played, this is like actually a pretty high quality mod pack, even though it's not even close to being finished yet. I say that because like I know a lot of mod packs that I know a lot of other mod packs that just aren't that just never really reach the quality that we already have with TerrafirmaGreg. And I do think part of that's because like the base materials, TerraFirmaCraft and GregTech, already pretty good, and I feel like already I feel like they're already decently capable of being like of interacting with each other. But like the people who've been working on this mod pack have put a lot of a pretty good deal of care into the mod pack and everything. Like there's a lot of things that we still need in the mod pack, but for the most part, like they've done a really good job of addressing what's most important first. There's like a few things that there's a few things that need to be fixed, like, but they're currently working on it. But I think most of the basic stuff is here, so it's a really good pack. And you're free to stay here, and if you want to play, feel free to play along. We have lots of people who play along. Adora, who talked earlier, is playing TerrafirmaGreg. I don't know if she's playing it right now, but she does play it. And Pero is playing Hard Rock TerraFirmaCraft, I think. Let's see. GregTech New Horizons enthusiast. Yeah, cool. I haven't played GregTech New Horizons, but I have oh yeah, you did say you were playing Techopolis. I haven't played it, but I think there's some people who come by every once in a while who play GregTech New Horizons. So so you'll find lots of people here to talk to about that kind of stuff. But like I said, feel free to if you wanna hang out while you play TFG. Feel free. You can ask any questions you want. I'm more than willing to help. And we have lots of people in chat who are really knowledgeable about these mods too. So it's a great little community we have so far, even though we're pretty small at the moment. But we grow every week. We've been growing pretty fast. So that's always nice. I'm glad that we're getting crossover from like people who play other mod packs, because I was a little bit worried that this mod pack in particular wouldn't pull in as many viewers, because it's, I mean, it's a pretty popular mod pack, but it's not like, I'm not gonna I have no illusions that it's like super duper popular, but it's really great seeing all the people who are playing other mod packs coming over and getting, because like that's kind of the reason why it's kind of the reason why I have the stream tagged and like titled the way it is because when I was trying to come up with like what to name my streams when we're streaming, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna put TerrafirmaGreg at the start, because I feel like if people see the words Terra Firma and Greg, they're probably gonna know what they're in for, so. Oh yeah, that's true. We are pretty much done with the terra firma part of Greg Tech, or of Terra Firma Greg. It's basically here. I'll show you the quests real quick. Um, it kind of goes through in a few ages. We've got the primitive age. This age is basically all Terra Firma Craft. You go through Terra Firma Craft in this age, and then I mean, there's still stuff from TerrafirmaCraft that carries over into the later game, but by the time you're done with the primitive age, you'll be pretty much done with TerraFirmaCraft. And then we have the Steam Age and the Mechanical Age, where we play around with Create and the Steam-powered Greg Tech machines. And then from there on, it's pretty much just Greg Tech with some extra stuff added on. Like in medium voltage, you gain access to computers, but you don't gain access to like turtles into high voltage, I'm pretty sure. And then in high voltage, you gain access to AE2. And then I think the rest is just kind of Terra Firma Greg, or not Terra Firma Greg, Greg Tech at that point, but it's I'd say decently paced. How long have we been doing this, chat? I could probably tell you. Let me look at my Prism launcher. I have a total of almost 9 days worth of playtime on this just this what do you call it? On just this, which is, yeah, 216 hours ish. Yeah. I like TerraFirmaCraft. I like the mechanics of Terraform. It's a really good start to the mod pack, to be honest. I never played any Greg Tech stuff before this. I always played TerraFirmaCraft. So I'm more knowledgeable about TerraFirmaCraft than Greg Tech, although I'm learning a lot about Greg Tech by playing this. But it's pretty fun. There are some tips. There's a lot of tips with the TerraFirmaCraft part I could give you, mostly about like where to, like what resources to focus on and whatnot. We have an island. We're on a little island. I don't have a map filled out yet, unfortunately, because I gotta make more. I gotta make some more stuff. But we're on an island here. The building materials can be a little bit weird, because we got like this wattle that we use because it was cheaper when we were hanging out. Let me show you a little bit around the base. This is our lightning rod. So I had to build a lightning rod because it rains here constantly. And it turns out that when it rains constantly, it also has a lot of lightning. And so we literally had to build a lightning rod because important things were getting struck by lightning. So here's our greenhouse. This is where we grow pretty much all the food we eat. It's got a sprinkler. You can't see it because it's underneath this this thing, and apparently sprinklers, it doesn't matter if you cover them up, so I can show you, though. I'll give you a little tour of the base. Yeah, see, there's a sprinkler there. It doesn't care if it gets covered up, so I cover it up just because. I got my potatoes, my soybeans, which we turn into tofu to keep our protein needs up, because we have nutrition needs. The main thing the nutrition needs does is it increases your maximum health. So I have like 2 full bars of hearts, and that's because of my good diet. We also have some rice, pineapples, which we use to make leather, though we don't really do that very often anymore with the ones that are in the greenhouse. Yeah, some people just ignore the nutrition thing, and they do all right. As long as you don't go and get attacked by anything, you should be fine. And here's some melons that we have to fulfill our fruit needs. I have a beehive in here, and the bees help take care of the crops in here. So crops have like nutrition levels that you have to fulfill to get higher yields and everything. I think in here they just increase the growth rate, but the bees give nutrition to the plants, so that's good. Let me show you how this works too. It's really cool. So, remember the aforementioned "it rains here constantly" thing? Well, I've decided to take advantage of that by building a big windmill. So I've got this windmill here, and all it does is turns this mechanical pump that pumps water out of this water barrel. And you can see the water barrel is exposed to the sky, so the water barrel fills up when it rains. So all my crops are taken care of with rainwater. Um, let's see. Here we have our pasture with all our animals. Alpacas are pretty important because they give you wool, but to be honest, we haven't really used them much in a long time because, well, wool is important, but not super important. I kind of went a little overboard on the alpacas. We have a few too many alpacas. We have some cows for milk, which I put in my flask and drink so that I can upset chat. Mmm, delicious. Mmm, milky. Um, we have our cows that provide us with milk, even though half of them are male, so like half of them don't do anything, but whatever. The pig here is our new resident. I found him somewhere on the island. I kind of just found him and just brought him in. The milk is 3 years old, but it's finely aged milk. I've got a donkey over there. He doesn't really do anything yet either. Back here I have the baby room, where I familiarize new babies and also lock the chicken away because the chicken will escape if I don't keep her back here. Listen, liquids don't have expiration dates, even though the rest of the food does. Here's our baby cow. Oh, she. The baby cow is ready. I have the carry-on. Can I not pick you up? Why can't I pick you up? I should be able to pick you up. Okay. All right. I don't want the chicken to escape, but I want to get the baby cat. Okay, well, you're going to stay in the baby room for now, then. Let's see. Okay. It's fine. Listen, the game doesn't say that I can't, okay? The game seems to support my ideas. The game is fine. It doesn't go bad. Here's my warehouse. I made this big warehouse with a whole bunch of storage in it, and we only used, like, maybe a fifth of it, because it turns out this was a wee bit overboard when it came to storage. But that's fine. It's better to have more than to not have any. Here's my hut, where I sleep. I actually don't sleep, but here's where I log off when I'm done with the stream. Eventually, we're going to make a bigger house. We're kind of working on that right now. Here's my cooking area, where we do all our cooking. It's got an oven to bake bread, which we don't do very often. It's got a pot to make soup, which we do very often. Here's my metalworking area, or at least that was the area. That's kind of the purpose of the area to start with. We got our anvil, where we can make fun things like weapons and armor. Okay, well, listen, there are tigers on this island, and I am not dealing with tigers, so... here's our forge. Here's where we can melt down ore, or we can melt down stuff into ingots here. Blast furnace, which is very soon going to get replaced with an electric version. A bloomery, which is used to make wrought iron, which has already been replaced with an electric version that actually isn't there, which... I should probably move the arc furnace in here, actually. It probably makes more sense to have the arc furnace in here. This is my little workshop. This is kind of just where I do whatever I'm currently working on. It has a lot of different machines for various purposes. It does not look very good right now because everything's kind of just stacked on top of each other, but, you know, that's how it goes. This is our ore processing area. Oh yeah, automating the TFC stuff with Create, very, very useful. Highly recommend it once you get to that point in the game. This is ore processing. Ore goes in here, gets crushed up by Create crushing wheels, gets washed in the ore washer, and put in here. Currently, that's all we can do right now. Might actually take some of this out. Hold on, I'm not gonna do that whole stack because I think I'm gonna run out. We had a fun little tree farm back here that makes methane. It's currently not very good at its job because we need to increase the voltage back here, but it's fine. This thing gives us latex, which was useful for about like, a week or two until we replaced the need for latex. Over here is our sauna, our hot springs area, which actually I never really got any lighting in here except for those lanterns. So, torch. Okay, I got a little spot to sit back here. The sauna was made because sometimes we have to deal with hazardous material like lead, and that damages us. And the hot spring can be used to restore your health quickly. So take that, lead poisoning. I took a nice little dip in the hot springs. And that's most of the base, but I want to show you. We're gonna go visit the rabbits, Hoppy and Poppy, because I really like that build. I need an actual road out to this area. Right now, it's kind of getting overgrown, too, because the grass does grow. But it's out here in this direction somewhere. I think it's right over this hill. Yeah. We did this for Valentine's Day. We made this area, it's got candles, which are still lit for some reason, probably because they haven't been loaded in a long time. And here we got Poppy and Hoppy. You're welcome. I like going through the base every so often and remembering what I've done. I have put a decent amount of effort into some of this, so it is nice every once in a while to go around and kind of look at what I've done. Yep. This is all on a big island. So eventually we're going to spread out and take over the whole island. But, that's what we got so far. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun doing all this. What was I doing before, though? What was I working on? We're still... Oh, right. I need more. I need more of this stuff. Yeah, I need the bender to bend more of this bronze. Okay. We need tin alloy. Okay, we need 16 of these, right? Yeah, 16 cupronickel coil blocks. We need so we need 8 ingots of liquid tin alloy. How much do I have? 1. Okay. So it should just be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm out of tin, aren't I? Yeah. Okay. Cool. We still have that cassiterite, though. Cassiterite, sand. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, when you play this mod pack, most of it, like the early game is all, like doing stuff the TerrafirmaCraft way, and then eventually you start unlocking ways to do the same things you were doing in TerrafirmaCraft through Greg Tech. With some exceptions, the food stuff is still pretty much all TerrafirmaCraft, but that's fine. I actually really like it that way, to be fair. I think it's nice having all the TerrafirmaCraft for food stuffs. It's a really fun system. Oh, I forgot. We also have the basement, which I have not lit up yet. So there might be monsters down here. Okay. Okay, there's no monsters. I need to get glowstone dust to go into the lanterns. But here we have some water wheels, which were our original. They are going very fast. I didn't realize they would be all affected by... Is that how that works? Alright. Well, the water wheels are going very fast. But this was our original mechanical power from Create. But now we have a steam engine. So that's fun. That's a pretty easy setup. The cool thing about this is that lava is a single block wide source of lava is a bottomless source in this mod pack. So it's really easy to get lava once you can make a hose pulley, which making the hose pulley is like the hardest part. Have some steam production down here, which is going really well. And this thing refills the blaze burner. I do need to make it better, you're right. I need to upgrade the steam boiler because I really need to all of this isn't even running at max speed, honestly. It's running at like what, 160 RPM? And it partially because of this, I think I had to turn it down even more because these crushing wheels have a lot of kinetic stress impact on them. I really do need to make that area better at some point. Okay. Oil? 10 is what I need. There we go. Go back to pounding these. And then what we got? In... Alright, luckily tin heats up very, very quickly. This is how we do stuff in TerrafirmaGreg, by the way. One of the biggest upgrades you can get in the early game is getting your crucible. And it is a pain to get, although it's probably a lot easier nowadays, now that they have those indicators for graphite. And you could theoretically get enough for a crucible really easily just by finding stuff on the surface. So you don't need that much for a crucible. For everything else, like the blast furnace and whatnot, you definitely need a lot more. But for the crucible, probably not that bad. Melt things in the crucible. Tin heats up very fast because it melts at very hot, which is a very low temperature in this pack. Alright, tin ingots. 4 of you. I'm going to leave... Actually, I'm going to take the rest with me. Okay, 4 iron, 4 tin. It's 4 tin nut, fortunate, you know. Ooh, go home. What time is it? Oh, okay, we got half an hour left in stream. I think we're gonna get... I don't know if we're gonna have the whole thing set up yet, but we should have all the materials before the end of stream to set up the electric blast furnace. We do have to tear down the original blast furnace and then set it up, but it shouldn't be that hard. Just don't know if we're gonna have like... I gotta remove the create stuff because we don't need the mechanical pump on the what do you call it? Blast furnace. Did I do this right? No, I only made 8. Didn't I need... I need 16, right? Yeah, I need 16. So I need to do that again. What is it, Pero? Did you walk into electric wire? Steam engine just stopped working? Dude, that happens to me sometimes in some other mod packs. That one I've been talking about, the what is it? That steampunk one that I play, and sometimes my steam engine in that just kind of stops for no reason. They're kind of weird. I think sometimes like the pump that is giving it water messes up, and that's like the issue. Okay. 16. Let's take these to the extractor. Grab one of my drums. Alright, I just gotta wait for this to finish. Stretching. This is a posture check / stretch check. Make sure you stretch your body. Always good to get some stretches in, no matter what you're doing. Ba 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 ba. Oh, yawn. Oh, I didn't get a whole. Well, I don't know. I got like I'm pretty sure I got 8 hours of sleep, but I only got 8 hours of sleep, and for some reason, my body's decided that's not nearly enough going on here. I need more batteries. I have more batteries. Slap a battery in it. You know, I kind of think it's probably just a good idea to just slap a battery in every machine. Kind of regardless. Didn't I put more batteries? Yeah, there's a battery in there. This thing doesn't have enough oxygen, though. Which maybe we should turn you on. Maybe we put a little battery in you as well. Ooh, look at the little bat. Okay. Have enough. Alright. Let's go assembler. Go action. Assemble me Cooper-Nickel coil blocks. Oh my god, it's working! How do I... Oh. Well, what's pumping into the water pipe, though? Could be your pump. Is it a single pump, or is it multiples? There's a way you can set it up so that this thing tries to... There's a way I can set this up so that I can make it so that I can, like, hide. Yeah, but if they're in, like, the same chunk, they could become, like, if they get, like, unloaded. Unless you have that chunk loaded. Although I've noticed, like, sometimes it happens when you load in, like, if, when the map gets first started back up, can sometimes cause problems. Not what I was looking for. Cheat mode, help level, index source. Push mod by default, tags, recipe book action. I was sworn. Maybe I'm lost. Empty search sidebar focus. Okay, I'm not gonna bother with it too much. Right. Okay, so that should be good. Okay, so once we get this done, we'll leave that there, because we don't need this. We might as well start tearing this down. Alright, so give me your ingot mold. We're going to reclaim a lot of good stuff from this. Okay. This. Oh, I forgot we used gearboxes for this. We used a gearbox for this. Haha, that's gonna be some nice stuff to reclaim. I think we only did the belt for this. Oh wait, no, there's more stuff over here. Where can I put some of this stuff? Got my inventory filled up again. Oh, I have another drum down here. Okay. Hello, Ernest. There we go. We don't need all that stuff, and that was just coming off of the normal thing. There might there might be a guy that spawns in there at some point, but that's fine. Can I just? What if I just? Oh my god, we're gonna get all these wrought iron plates back. It should prove to be pretty nice. There we go. So that's 32 wrought iron plates. Can I just pile this? It says sheet pile, but it only lets me do one sheet. So like, is it really that much of a pile? Oh my god, we got back 48. Yeah, that should be 48 of those. Let's put up some of those. Let's put this stuff in here. Oh, in the chute. Okay, the mold table can't go in there, so I guess we're just gonna set it down there. Let's go grab some limestone to fill up. Ooh, it's an aurora tonight. Isn't that pretty? This is with the complimentary shaders pack. I have a mod installed that changes the skybox and stuff and gives us planets. Called like Salem or something. I can show it's yeah, this. And then also it has a TFC. That's one that I added in myself. It's a really nice mod. I like the way the sky looks in this with the planets. Plant. Okay, limestone bricks. Stone. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We'll fix some of that, because this is all a chunk. Yeah, this is all in a chunk. I'll use these as a guideline. How are my blocks coming along? Okay, 16 Cooper nickel blocks. Let's check our quests. Okay, I did just get a quest there. Double check our quests to make sure that we got everything. What is the problem here? Nothing. I think that's actually all we need. So if I grab that... Okay, that finished that quest. Yeah. And this is just a click the button quest. This one I have to make... What else does this take, though? Okay. I need sapphire for some reason in order to complete that quest, though. So we're definitely going to have to look into that. Okay. All right. Time to work on the electric blast furnace. Okay. Use multi-block info. Can I tag this somehow? Ooh, what's that? Oh. Oh. Didn't realize we could upgrade this so much. What is that? Oh. Oh my god. We can really upgrade this stuff. There we go. Okay. Layer 1. Place that. Can I? No. Okay. One electric blast furnace block. Okay, so that's not going to help me at all. Okay, what are you? Input bus and output bus. Input bus and output bus. And then we have what? Is that another? Okay. I see. It can be... Okay, I see how it is. But what is this? Wish this was a little bit more. It's probably this thing. LV input... No, that's an output hatch. Okay. Alright. I guess it doesn't really matter too much. Oh my god, did I drop? I dropped a whole bunch of frames a second ago. Okay. Or a bit ago. Okay, so... Okay, output hatch and input hatch. It's probably a good thing to keep them on the same sides. And I do kind of want the output on this side. Actually, I think I want these in the back. And we'll do input and output. And we'll do input and output. And then the rest is just heat-proof casing. Or what are these? Oh, these are those energy hatches. Yeah, we should probably put those on the back too. Well, kind of. Can I do those on the upper layers, or is it just on the bottom? Can I do these up here? Energy hatch. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna put the energy hatches on top, I think. Proof Invar casing. Alright, and then it should just be 2 stacks of the Cupernickel. Oh, it's hollow in the center. Okay. Oops. Okay, and then everything else needs to go on top. Maintenance hatch and a muffler, and then I'll put the 2 energy hatches on the back. I think we should put, let's put this here. Are you turned? No, not. Okay. Where's my scaffolding? Maintenance hatch. Energy hatch. Energy hatch. Heat-proof casing and 1 muffler. And it works. Okay. So now, all right. Received tier type max. Okay, heat capacity. Activate. Active machine mode electric blast furnace. Okay, we're doing good. Fix the following issues with the maintenance hatch. Pipe is loose. Screws are loose. Something is stuck. What is this? I guess it's just... Does this tell me... Okay. Insert tape to prevent problems. Click slot with empty hands when required. When required tools are in inventory to solve problems. Okay. So this thing can get problems. Energy hatch. This is the input bus, the output bus. Input hatch. What do the buses do? Is it just... Is the bus for solids and the Hatches are for fluids? Did it ever tell me any of this? Multiplayer mechanics. Okay. Hmm. All right. So, I don't know how to use this thing. Do not quite understand how this thing works. Okay. We'll work on that part later. But I guess I need to get them. I need to get some stuff. I've got this battery buffer. And I was thinking we could do like, you know, maybe I should move the maintenance hatch to the front like it was. Yeah, let's move the maintenance hatch to the front. Maintenance hatch there. Machine casing here. And then I could put this here. And what? I can do shift? Nope. No, you're not. There we go. Okay, because then I should be able to do pin cables. There, right there. Right there. And clippers. Cutters. There and there. All right. So then we'll just have to fill the battery buffer when it needs energy. I don't understand what this means. I guess I probably should. Pages. Oh. Oh, I can access them all from here. Okay. Well, that makes things easier. Guess they're mostly just for like automation and stuff, right? Okay. Let's read up. How the heck do I make aluminum? Because that is definitely what we need. Okay. Let's see. Aluminum is the main ingredient for MV machinery. Pick all the way to the other side for the sapphire quest. If you haven't acquired any aluminum dust yet, we should be able to get that pretty easy. Once you set up a medium voltage electrolyzer, you can get aluminum, though many other ores. Process for smelting aluminum can be cut down by about a third with nitrogen, which is obtained by centrifuging air from a gas collector. Doesn't help me at all. That does not tell me. Okay, let's check the sapphire because this. I'm pretty sure this is wrong. We can get we can get aluminum dust without. We don't have to electrolyze sapphire. Aluminum is the main. Bonus oxygen. Oh, I need to get. Okay, I guess I just shove aluminum dust in here. Let's look up the. Minium. Okay. So if I want to get an ingot of aluminum, right there. Electric blast furnace. Okay, it really is just aluminum dust in the blast furnace. Okay. And it takes less energy if we use nitrogen gas. And that's kind of it. And to get the aluminum dust, we can process aluminum ore, which shouldn't be too hard. Should not be too difficult at all. We just gotta go find some aluminum. Which I know we have aluminum reserves on the island somewhere. I think it was in that direction. Alright, I think What do I have? I can't make any more steel until we get... Wait, actually, yeah, I can. Wait, can I? How do I make steel in this thing? Oop, Ingor. Click on that. Steel, steel, steel. Can I make this in the blast? Yeah, the electric blast furnace. It's just steel dust, or I can just take iron. Oh, this is actually it makes ashes. I take iron and add oxygen to the electric blast furnace, and we can get steel. That's not too terrible. We should be able to do it. I mean, we have all the stuff hooked up to it. I kind of want another battery buffer though, for the miner that we're gonna have to put out, because I did just use the one I was using, which this isn't too hard. I'll make another one. Oh no! Why'd you put on some shoes or something? Vendor, put you on a 1. Okay, and then 9 pieces of steel. I need the 2. I need 2 more pieces of tin though, don't I? Because I need the thing. The You had flip flops. How'd you get stuff on your socks? I don't know. Sock time. Yeah, it can be a little bit annoying when stuff like that happens. Stuff just ends up. It's just everywhere. Let's see. For those, one of these. Get out my hammer. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you got most of the stuff off of your socks. Having stuff on your socks is always annoying. Free buffer. Oh my god. I need 4 times. Alright. Can't I combine these? Yeah, I can. Literally can just combine these. I'm gonna make this again. It's a wire mill on a 4, 2 ingots, so I need 6 more ingots. I have that easy. Alright. I'd really like to get an aluminum mine set up before we have to finish. We might be able to do. If I could just get this. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, but I can do 2 of these and then just do the rest. Alright, I'm gonna need all my batteries back though. Need to hook these up to the miner. I don't have any... Yeah, I just have a bunch of dirty bowls in my inventory. Okay, let's go make food real quick. Oh, that used up one of my chests. Okay. What do we need the most of? Grain. 1. Where's this stuff gonna take to expire? Okay, we're gonna use this all up before it expires. Yeah, we'll be fine. 1 bucket. Oop. I'm gonna have this one on me still. Oh my god, the ashtray has so much ash in it. God, that's good because we needed that to make lye, didn't we? All right, I'm gonna get this food. We're gonna have like 5 minutes left. I think maybe I can find what I need in that amount of time. We'll find out. I think we can do it. I think we can set it up, and then I'll probably have to, like, log out next to the thing or something. Give me that delicious food. Delicious soup for me. Okay, but we are getting pretty close to the end of stream. I wanted to remind everybody that we are going to be streaming tomorrow on Saturday. I'm going to be starting 2 hours earlier than what I normally do. We're going to be playing a Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke just for fun. Fun little Saturdays are going to be our fun days where we do random stuff. We're going to do a Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke. I'm going to play as long as it takes me to finish it, or we will play 8 hours. 8 hours is the maximum that I'm going to be playing tomorrow. But hopefully we will be able to play enough to get... hopefully we'll be able to beat the game. I don't know if we'll probably end stream if we beat the game. But I don't know how long that's going to take, so we'll see. So yeah, anybody who's interested in that kind of thing, make sure you are prepared, or make sure you're ready for that. I think it's gonna be quite a bit of fun. It'll probably be... I think it'll be a lot of fun because we're going to be... Obviously, we're doing a Pokemon Nuzlocke, so I'll have a lot more stuff to say, like, during that. Why is my... Oh my god. My stream... Okay, my bitrate's back. I saw that I was lagging there for a little bit. Hopefully my stream stays fine for the last few minutes, because we just have a few more minutes left of stream, but it looks like it's back now. But yeah, like I was saying, we're going to be doing a Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke tomorrow. That one should be a lot of fun, because I should have a lot more to say, or it'll be... Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke's always going to be... It's going to be a lot of... Like, Nuzlockes in general are going to be a lot of talking, because there's a lot of strategizing that we can do during a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I don't know if I'm gonna finish all the stuff I wanted to do for the overlay and everything for the Nuzlocke, but I'll probably have it done enough that it doesn't matter. We'll just do stuff on the fly like we do half the time here anyways. It's not like there'll be anyone, like, watching the first little bit as much. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. I'm thinking Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke. I'm thinking that we try to run a full 8 hours if we can. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know how long it's gonna take us to do a full Nuzlocke of Emerald, because, like, I could probably beat the game casually in like 12 hours or so, without really trying that much. I think that was as fast as I've beaten it before, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. Even I'm sure Peril will enjoy it as well, despite wanting to seem like he won't. But yeah, that'll be fun. So make sure you stop by tomorrow so we can get our Pokemon on. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find that aluminum before, because we're about to reach the end of stream, and I don't want to stay too far over today because we're gonna be doing so much tomorrow. Yeah, I think I don't remember where that aluminum was. We're gonna have to find that aluminum. It's gonna be the first thing we're gonna do when we start back up stream on. I'm probably gonna be doing Tuesday to Saturdays from here on out. So we'll meet back up on next Tuesday to do the rest of our TerrafirmaGreg streamy stuff. Okay, and I think, yeah, we're not going to be able to find it before the end of... I thought it was out here. I know, right? yeah, all we got to do is find some aluminum now, which I think is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that when we come back on Tuesday. We're going to be doing. We're gonna find that aluminum, and then we're going to start processing aluminum. I'm really excited for aluminum, to be honest. Um, I'm really excited for it because the aluminum is we'll be able to start making drums and crates out of aluminum, and I feel like that's going to be very nice because I really don't want to oh, is this still force loaded? Unclaim. There's no miner there. I'm really excited for aluminum. Aluminum's going to give us so many things, like having that easy access to the drums and everything, because I haven't been wanting to like make it out of steel because steel's been used for so much else. I guess aluminum is probably going to get used for a lot too, but like uh it's still going to be really nice. All right, I'm going to stop here because this is our Pink Sands beach, and we got a beautiful moon rising up over it with all the planets always aligned like always. I don't know exactly why they do that. I guess in real life, the planets are kind of on a similar plane, so there's that. All right, thank you guys so much for joining me this day. Mm. Ugh. If there's anybody watching who isn't following, make sure you hit that follow button so that you get notifications for whenever I go live. I do have a schedule up on Twitch on when I stream. I think I need to add Tuesdays to it or something. I remember one of them didn't get, but we're gonna be doing Tuesdays through Saturdays. Tuesday through Friday is gonna be our TerrafirmaGreg, and Saturdays will be whatever I feel like at that time. So if you need more content, make sure you check out YouTube down below. I have my old VODs to get uploaded there, but they're seriously just like straight up VODs uploaded, so it's up to you whether or not you want to do that. It's mostly for archival purposes. I'll be real, I don't put a whole lot of effort into those. I probably should at some point. I also have Blue Sky linked below, so if I ever need to contact you guys for something that I can't talk about during stream because like stream is down or something, or my internet's out, or whatever happens, you can always check there. But that's gonna be it for me today. Thank you all so much for joining me. I love you all as always. Thank you very, very much for being here. And I'm going to be leaving. Yes, make sure you join us for Pokemon tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Have a good rest of your night or whatever time it is for you. Bye.